Good morning, Vietnam, or as we call it these days, Lamang. More like Lamau, am I right? Hope everyone is having a productive, mostly still morning. I feel hungover, even though I am not. I may or may not have been playing entirely way too many video games over the past week. I've pretty much burned through the better half of my long weekend. So we're going to... I'm going to share some privileged information that we've discovered about Gray Zone here. So don't you worry. I still can claim that it was done for content. I promise. I pinky swear. But first we have to react. We have to do some React Slappa real quick. Let me find my Chrome. There it is. Yes, perhaps make it visible as well. That's great. Okay, so we're going to start out with a little lighthearted meme. But for the ladies in the audience, this is a reminder to just buy a gun. Not just buy a gun, you still need to train weapon retention, but please buy a gun. Or get your man to buy you a gun.
Is this allowed? What the?
Nah, you can't do it.
I've gotten into Krav Maga, and it's based off of defending yourself in real-world events. I love about it the fact that I know if someone came and attacked me, that I could likely handle myself.
Hold on.
Here's the thing. I think Krav Maga is currently suffering the downward spiral of Mugdojo slop karate, if it makes any sense. Just as karate got watered down for popular appeal and basically turned into adult daycare, or then just daycare, Krav Maga is going through the exact same cycle of, yes, let's homogenize and water down a thing that was basically army combatives to make it palpable and marketable to the normies. It's not exactly top shelf stuff. I mean, as far as army combatives goes, it's probably the best one out there. I will have my personal biases, and I would say that I personally prefer Japanese army combatives a little bit more. Okay, fine, not a little bit, by a lot more. But that's because a lot of my training routes are also of the same genome as the Japanese army combatives. Hey there, Digby, how are you doing? Is there a video or a news article about the watermelons sneaking into the RAF base? It was already pretty close to Mugdojo tier since it was military combatives, which are almost always poor quality because they're meant to be taught to grunts. So Krav Maga, as far as army combatives goes, is pretty okay. It's pretty okay because the purpose of it is not to make you a competent striker or grappler. The purpose of it is to make you very unpleasant to deal with and to shift your flight or freeze response into fighting. Would I like a BBC video about this? How BBC is the video, or are they actually just reporting the fact that it happened?
How much do you weigh?
Like 100 pounds.
When you say you could handle somebody who, like, you're talking about like a woman.
I can pick up a 180-pound man and throw him on his back. Yeah. I swear to you. Take a knife from a guy, I can take a gun from a guy.
Let's try it.
I'm not.
Here's the proposal. He's giving you the best position. You have him in a rear naked choke. You have his back. You have his neck. Do you think you'll be able to escape from your chokehold?
Yeah.
Oh.
I haven't done this kind before, but I'm gonna try to get the leverage.
Is this allowed?
Okay, let's see. So she does have it in. She doesn't know how to do a rear naked choke. I can tell you that much, because she doesn't know how to apply good leverage here, because you're supposed to be catching your wrist in the clunge of your elbow and then using that to contract the neck. Hello, Bigger Branch. We're examining the attempts of a 100-pound woman to incorrectly choke out a 6-foot-tall black guy.
What the?
Nah, you can't do it.
And we're banned. It's kind of mad. They just hang around the front gate, say they look at other spots, don't show it. Sometimes familiar. Someone's familiar with Bryce, you're pretty sure you know where they got in from. No, I am not. Excuse me, it's very early in the morning for me. And by early in the morning, I mean I just recently rolled out of bed because I stayed up late and played video games. As one does. Actually, let me take my stream supplements in the form of non-inflammatory painkillers. I've seen American movies, he has a good chance. Fair enough. The most so good, it's so bad it's good movie I've seen along those lines is Atomic Blonde. Because the fight choreography was obviously done by someone who, at the very least, knows pretty okay jujitsu. It's just that it requires a lot of suspense of disbelief to see, you know, Charlize Theron, someone who's very obviously hit the wall, throw around men twice her size. All right, archived article. Thank you very much. RAF base's only defense against Palestine action was a 6-foot wooden fence. Okay, we can't play the video. Almost 80 years, the RAF Bryce Norton has been one of the country's most important military airfields, serving as an embarkation point for members of the royal family, senior politicians, as they fly around the globe. No one, so one could be forgiven for expecting security around the Oxfordshire Air Base to be watertight. Really, is that what the British say? We usually say that security is airtight. That's an upgrade from what you remember. Used to be a waist-high mesh fence. In reality, however, things are a little more porous, with sections of the 8-mile perimeter protected only by a 6-foot-tall wooden fence that would not look out of place in a suburban garden. Early hours of Friday morning, 2 members of the completely psyoped youth shall now be a prescribed terrorist organization. Interesting. Took advantage of the so. Oh joy. So the pro-Palestine crowd has managed to shoot themselves in the foot while achieving absolutely nothing again. So, because as a result of this, they're now a prescribed terror group. Fantastic work. Took advantage of seemingly lack defenses to enter the airfield. That's not seemingly. It is lax. Attack 2 military aircraft. Video footage posted by the group showed 2 people using electric scooters to cross the base's runway. Who would win, the RAF or a couple of lime scooters? One could be seen approaching aircraft with spray painting its engine before driving away down the empty airstrip. They were able to disappear into the night, leaving the RAF red-faced and the Ministry of Defense to announce an urgent review of security. Bryce now serves as the hub for... Wait, they didn't even catch them? Literally nothing, because of all they got in the engine was all they got in the engine was paint. They can just burn it down with the engine. Yeah. But they didn't catch them. That's the best part. How did... Well, okay. Mainly a logistics hub, big cargo passenger planes, not exactly the sort of sexy target people tend to go after. But okay, if this is a travel hub for the royals and for the prime minister, that kind of, you know, kind of makes sense that it should have at least some degree of security. As would be expected, large parts of the base, especially near the gates, are surrounded by high metal fences topped with menacing-looking razor wire. The perimeter in these areas also bristles with security cameras, high-tech CCTV, monitored comings and going. Armed guards patrol the gates in a show of strength aimed at deterring anyone who has no lawful business. Just stroll away. Okay, they're just going over the same. Guess why the fence was so shit? Hit me with it. Too expensive to do it properly. Too expensive. Yet 60% of social housing in London is occupied by people who weren't born in the UK. Gotcha. This is depressing. God knows the amount of money to build a fence, really? The security of these non-nuclear bases can be very patchy. The perimeter fences are too long to be able. Well, here's the thing: like, if the people, oh, okay, so let's caveat this that this isn't Minecraft. This is a hypothetical that we're entertaining. But if these people weren't retarded, well, for one, they wouldn't be associated with the cause they're supporting. But that's a moot point. Let's suspend our disbelief for a moment there. But if these people weren't retarded, they could have placed an IED onto the hull of that plane. Like, someone could have used a breach in your, yes, logistical hub's security to execute a terror attack. Proper reinforced secure fence for Bryce's entire perimeter. You remember 500,000 being thrown around as the number back in the 2000s. Like, at the very least, make it a height that's not, easily scalable. Fine, have a wooden fence. Just make it double in size. I haven't checked the prices of razor wire recently, but it can't be that bad. I understand that all money in the UK exists solely to be given away to unemployed migrants and the holy NHS, but I'm pretty sure you can figure something out for a fence. I don't know, start a GoFundMe, I guess. I'm gonna pop this off screen just to check. Security always got prioritized on nuclear bases, meaning those who used to house nuclear weapons. I understand that, but still, like, it's an airfield. Regardless of whether or not it's, let's gloss over the fact that it's used for, your tier 1 political figures. Let's gloss over the fact that it is still a military base. Back in the 80s, one fast jet squadron had some anti-war protesters sneak onto it, trash a couple of jets in a hangar using a sledgehammer. Oh, that's not great. Okay, the UK is a lot in my media share tab today. I apologize. Y'all did this to yourself. But this is the great mind behind the show Adolescence, a show that says way more than it intended, and as the left usually does with their writing. But I came across this short little clip on Question Time BBC, so we're going to take a quick chuckle at this.
Incel culture and the manosphere are terrifying things that are coming for our young men, and they want to involve them in it. In terms of what healthy masculinity looks like, I get questioned as my own masculinity all the time because of the show I made, because I don't look like a certain type of man, and that worries me. I
mean, brother, you don't look like a man at all. You look like a cancer-stricken, frightened wet chihuahua.
What do you mean? What do they say?
Well, if you looked at the comments in terms of when I was announced for this panel tonight, there was about 30 or 40 questioning the way I look and the sort of person I am and whether I'm a soy beard twat.
Where's the lie?
I think was one of the things that was said about me. I think the really troubling thing, and the thing that I found talking to young people, is that pressure to look and behave in a certain way. And I do think that's something that I didn't experience growing up. You know, my hero growing up was Jarvis Cocker, a skinny weirdo. And
Congratulations, you sure grew up to become your hero.
And I was able to play to that skinny weirdo within me. And there's a lot of people that say, I need to get to the gym, I need to get fit, I need to look a certain way, because that is the only way I'm going to live a normal life.
Well, the way you currently look, as a pencil-necked, skinny, fat, actively jittering shadow of a man, yes, you will most likely die at the ripe age of 45 from a heart attack or prostate cancer. On the question of what makes up a quote-unquote real man, the problem is that the way our sexual dimorphism is set up, being a man is, for lack of a better term, performative. Performative in the sense that men don't have inherent value, men attain value through achievement. Therefore, lack of achievement is a lack of value as a man for larger society. And yes, and therefore that disqualifies you from being a real man, as opposed to women who have inherent value from the moment they reach a fertile age, and they don't really need to do much about that outside of not squandering said value through their poor choices. By the look of him, you think that would be a mercy? Oof. What did Digby mean by this?
And that threat of abnormality is a huge threat. And I do think we need to be helping boys through that, because it's a difficult age for them. And this particular crisis that I do believe we're in terms of social media is only exacerbating that.
Absolute state of the long-housed European male. I'm going to pour myself some tea as my final insult to the British. Oh no, we have more. I didn't do this on purpose, I swear. I watched too many Lotus Eaters. That's the problem. Oh no. No, that's not Soygon. That's Math Soygon. Listen, from what I've seen of Sargon, realistically, he's been a net positive for political discourse, mostly on YouTube. Say what you will about the man. No. I've seen this one. I think we've all seen this, but I wanted to react to it on stream. It's a nice little funny bit. You Brits claim to enjoy banter, so let me pour my tea just a second. This is one of his resident co-hosts. But yeah, I actually maintain that Sargon is a net benefit on political discourse. He's not a raging, frothing, black-pilled retard like Spoon is. And he's also not a fence-sitter. He's very stern, he's very upfront about things he wants. He's a very successful autodidact, which is also very impressive. Because most media personalities have A, never worked a real job, and B, are incapable of memorizing anything past the 140 symbols that they're allowed to put in a tweet. And he's done pretty okay for himself. I think he's actually been very good at finding the most effective way of getting a message out there. When YouTube was the most effective way to do so, he was on YouTube. When Twitter was all the rage, until he got banned, of course, he was on there. He was the first canary in the coal mine to alert people to the fact that maybe putting all of your eggs into the Patreon basket isn't exactly safe, and Patreon isn't an ideologically leveraged organization. And he's done a very good job at just building an independent news media, which is arguably one of the largest sane outlets in the UK.
Is an open letter to America. Now, we've lived with you for quite a long time at this point, so we understand what it's like for you. We understand that once a month, you start getting a little bit irritable and snappy, and, you know, you feel like picking a fight with everybody. And, you know, the only way that you can really get this out of your system is by having a regime change. And, you know, let's face it, you don't want to take on Iran, do you? The country is basically unavoidable. It's 1,000 miles of convoying through mountain roads. You are going to get RPG'd up the wazoo, and every man and his goat has an AK-47. So, look, obviously a bad idea. What I want to suggest is
not to take away from the premise here, but I don't think that everyone is as armed in Iran as Dan thinks here. I think that he's confusing that with a different Middle Eastern country. But then again, I can understand why the entirety of the Middle East looks all the same to the British. And I can't really say that you're that wrong.
a much more agreeable a target. England, Britain, the green and pleasant land. You know, I want to make a case for why you want to be making this your regime target. Now,
okay.
Look, a couple of things that we have to offer. I mean, for a start, we speak English, which is going to make the whole
debatable, but let's put a pin in that.
Process, you know, considerably easier. You won't need, you know, boy translators like you normally do. So that's a huge plus. I will just say, watch out for sarcasm. You won't get it at first, but hopefully.
You'd say comparing Iran to Iraq or Afghanistan on any front sets you up for an embarrassing mistake? Yeah, pretty much. It's very much a very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a very eccentric country. Its history has been very, very much separate from the rest of the Middle East. On the subject of a UK invasion not needing boy diddler interpreters, well, I mean, the boy diddler governors are already there. We may as well. They're Persian, not Arab. That's an important distinction. Yes.
No, you'll get there. There's also the banter angle, which you'll have difficulties with, but you know, just trust us. You will get there. What else we got? We got McDonald's, so you'll feel right at home. All your nutritional needs will be met while you're on maneuvers.
I hate to say it, but British McDonald's is better than a McDonald's in most places in America. It pains me to say that, but unfortunately it's true. But at the very least, by the fact that you still have the Big Tasty and we don't.
Also, British pubs, they normally have Budweiser. And there's plenty of it, because obviously it tastes like piss, so none of us drink it. But you'll be absolutely set. Also, you already get air bases here for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, so that will make
That's convenient.
Considerably easier than it normally is for you. So these are all strong plus points.
Where's the U.S. Embassy? Oh, okay, it's a military deployment site. Fair enough. Starmer would have to be a colossal retard to even consider joining a U.S. invasion of Iran. He'd 100% be down for it. I don't think that he would. I think he has his hands full with claiming to support Ukraine. And, you know, support the invasion with what army? I don't think the UK has the manpower to mount anything to that effect. Provided, I don't think the US is invading Iran, and I don't think the US should. I think Israel is doing a bang-up job on its own. It's just very much... See, usually the correct decisions and correct solutions for most problems are somewhere in the middle between what the loudest talking heads are screaming about. On the one hand, you have barely 100 IQ people like Tucker saying that hands off of everyone and never do anything ever again. But on the other hand, you have Lindsey Graham, who is advocating for just glassing Iran outright. And I think the real solution, the effective solution, is to just provide intel support to Israel, give them targeting information, maybe sell them munitions at like a very slight discount, and just let them go ham, let them figure this out. The Shah's son still kicking around. Apparently, he has some kind of plan. So set him up in the meantime.
Also, I really like, I mean, it wasn't you, it was Israel, but I really like that thing that you just did where you bombed the main state media broadcaster. I like that. So, we can supply the address of the BBC, but it's very difficult to miss. It's the one with the massive pedo statue right outside.
Noted.
So, look, I'm hoping I'm making a strong case for regime change in Britain instead. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're going to be thinking to yourself, Dan, well, look, that is a nice offer. However, we only really invade countries that have oil. Well, have I got news for you? Because we got loads of it. Not only have we got the North Sea oil, we've got loads and loads of North Sea oil fields, and we're closing them for some reason, something to do with Greta Thunberg, or I don't really understand the reason, but we've got loads of oil there. We've also got an absolute shed ton of shale for fracking oil stuff and natural gas and stuff. Loads of it. More than we ever need. So, we've got you covered on the oil.
I'm sorry, how is Britain not a net exporter of oil? What is wrong with you? You don't think the Iranians would welcome the return of the Shah, considering how heavily associated with the U.S. rule they were? I don't think they don't have better options. Having tasted the IRG, I think even the Shah would be a preferable option to that. Probably not in the form of royalty, but at the very least as a transitional prime minister. Like, what are their other options, Digby? Because under the Shah, Iran at the very least was a real country.
You will feel...
There's the Mosaddegh family. The Islamic Republic is still wary of them. I've not heard of them, and I don't have a special opinion on that. I know that that Reza was recently paraded around and actually had a statement saying that they have a 100-day plan for Iran once it shakes off the Ayatollah.
Right at home, having a war in the UK, it will be just like all the previous missions and stuff like that. But then you might say to me, look.
Makes you think, has anyone talked to the Iranian people about what they want? Well, apparently, an overwhelming majority does not want the Ayatollah or the Islamic Revolution Guard. The problem is that they had a violent yoke over the country where any opposition was assassinated, prosecuted, hanged, or what have you. So there was not really a peaceful outcome there whatsoever. So they're very much caught in an issue of tunnel visioning on solving the immediate problem and not really having a plan to follow that up. That seems to be the case. You know what? Let me quickly correct something here. Audio. I think we're to gain this up a little bit. Okay, that's much better. You know an Iranian, but you're too scared to ask. I mean, what is he gonna do? Explode?
Honestly, Dan, nice pitch, but we want to go a bit more old school. We want to start invading countries again that have, taken out major US landmarks, towers in New York and the Pentagon and stuff like that. To which I say, have you forgotten 1814 so quickly? Not only did we burn down the White House, but the US Capitol building, the Library of Congress, the Treasury building, the War Department, and the Naval Yard. In fact, our troops even ate the president's dinner just before they burnt it down. Now, are you going to forget that so quickly? Are you really prepared to take that and then just take your technical win? Because basically you were too much trouble to be worth the expense, and we had better things to do with France at the time. Are you going to take your technical win and put up with an insult like that? I don't think you should. But then
He does make a compelling point.
then you might say to me, okay, Dan, look, honestly, okay, fine, you're making a really good case, but we want to get proper old school with this. We want to go back to our roots. We want to get back to invading communist countries. Wow. Have I got news for you? Because we have got the absolute motherload of communists here. This is the Labour Party, but basically, pick any regulator.
Listen, at this point, my only question is, can we use white phosphorus? From what you've heard, the general vibe is that they don't like the Islamic Republic and the Ayatollah, but dislike the most likely alternative more. The Ayatollahs are cunts, but they're our cunts. That's a very odd position to clamber onto. Very, very close-sighted.
House of Commons, the BBC, any mainstream news organisation, LBC. I mean, we got communists up the wazoo here. Karl Marx. Karl Marx was, I mean, he's dead now, but he was exiled here, and you can still go to the British Library and see the seat that he sat on, and then you can bomb it. So, communists. No.
Didn't Lenin also get exiled to Britain for a number of years? I guess if that's what they think, that's what you work with. I mean, listen, most of those guys are dead. The ones that aren't dead are fleeing to hide in Russia, so they're abandoning ship. I remember prior to the Islamic Revolution, Iran was under U.S. rule, a very brutal U.S. rule. The only reason it was an Islamic revolution is because they were the only ones that the U.S. Puppet government didn't kill. Now that's a regrettable oversight. We should have killed them as well. Never go half-ass on scorched earth.
No problem at all. We have everything that you are looking for in a war. Now, the only advice, what I'm giving you advice is, clearly you guys are grade A when it comes to bombing shit, but you clearly have not the faintest idea how to, how to win the peace afterwards. That's always your downfall. And what you tend to like to do is you like to find an Americanized version of a local and then install him as a puppet to run the government on your behalf.
Sounds like a plan.
Plenty of candidates, loads of people. So this guy you probably don't know because he's an actor and he was doing the voice. He's actually British, proper British. So you could
actually has some very banger blues hits. Well, not blues hit, but I think I have a CD with his stuff where he performed at a concert. No, I actually have a studio recorded CD of Hugh Laurie. Very nice. He's a very talented blues musician. Yeah, but the government the U.S. overthrew was extremely pro the U.S. Well, listen, you need to understand that the U.S. is a combination of conflicting interests in and of itself. You can't say, you can't do a blanket statement of, the U.S. did that. That's not how we work. We have internal interests, and they're internally conflicting. The CIA likely overthrew the Shah. Basically snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Yeah. I mean, listen, the State Department in the 70s and in the 80s was unfortunately like that. It was very largely influenced by communists who were specifically by fifth columnists.
You could pick him. Christian Bale. Yeah, well, I mean, he actually appeared in a film called American Psycho. I mean, how do you even know he's British? There you go. So you could.
I did not know that.
And I know what you're thinking. You're going to be saying, Dan. We tried putting an actor in Ukraine as our puppet. And it was a complete bloody disaster. All he does all day is sniff coke and lose. And really, we want something better than that.
Okay, to be fair, Zelensky wasn't installed. He was just the best option that was left. I can believe that he won his first election. I will believe that much. Then he was made heir apparent to himself, and then it was just downhill from there. At this point, it's hard to see how you could diffuse the mess without creating a bigger mess. Just flatten the whole fucking thing and turn it into a Buc-ee's.
And we've leveled up our game. And what we're trying to do in Iran is we're trying to take, the Shah of Iran, the last Shah of Iran. We're going to take his nephew or whatever he is, and we're going to stick him in. He's from he's from part of the ruling family. He sounds credible on paper. He's got the connections, but he's been exiled for years, and he's that's the sort of thing that we're looking to do. Well, in which case, obviously, we. Oh shit. Oh, so no, I've had enough of this idea. Fine, sod it. Invade Iran. See what I care.
Bring back the Chinese porcelain design, goddamn you, retro rifle, or I will call you a slur.
Carry guns have been.
I just got this in my recommended feed. My man is about to drop something about my carry gun, Glock 43X. Your competition shooting Gucci gun carrying ass? Okay, let's see. Is it 365 good? Well, I'd say it's 365 good out of the box, good sir. I'm just kidding. Pew is the absolute goat. The man is a fucking wizard with a firearm. I will forgive him for his lone bad take on Turkish shotguns being just as good as the Benelli.
A hot commodity for quite some time now. Every gun company out there wants to be at the top of the list for the most concealable, best shooting EDC on the market. I remember a time where carrying a gun either meant you had to suck it up and carry a full size, or you were a weirdo with a Glock 26. Then flash forward to 2012, Smith & Wesson drops an absolute bombshell, the M&P Shield. Now, of course, there was a few other carry options like the Carr PM9 or the Ruger LCP, but we don't talk about those. Now, the Shield held the carry market for quite some time. That is until 2015, Glock dropped the 43. Little late to the game, but it absolutely took over. A lot of people made the switch and were pretty damn happy with it. That was until about 2018 when SIG dropped the 365.
Mother of God.
And then it went off.
Absolutely leaving the 43 in the dust. The Glock tried the 42, the 43, the 43X, the 48, but just simply could not compete with the 365.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
So trying to do a video comparing the two didn't even make sense. They weren't even on the same playing field. At least that was until now.
I'd say skill issue. I have access to both, and I've shot both. For adult-sized male hands, the Glock 43X is a better option. You get more grip. It's not as snappy because there's not as much reciprocating mass compared to the rest of the frame. And my fucking Glock is drop safe.
Radian just dropped a new afterburner ramjet for the 43. And it made this thing good. So good that I think it is now on the same playing field as the 365. So today on PewView, we are putting these things head to head to see if SIG is still the undefeated champ.
Okay, that's not a P365. That is a P365, I'm gonna guess Spectre comp. So that's a larger frame, a larger grip, a comp that I'm not sure if that's stock or not.
Or if the 43 is going to make
and that's not, well, it's a stock trigger, sure, but it's one of the high performance triggers. So that Glock better have the lightened Glock trigger as well.
So we got relatively the same setup. This right here is a 365 macro. We just got the Vortex.
Macro is almost a full-sized gun.
Defender on this thing, which I absolutely am not a giant fan of. We'll get to that a little bit later. This also has the ramjet and the Radian backstrap magwell. Same thing with this. We got the Vortex Defender, Radian ramjet, and the Radian magwell. One's running a light, one is not. That is just simply because of the holsters I could find laying around, so we're going to make do. Well, let's go ahead and shoot this with and without the ramjet, just so I can show you guys why I think this is now in the same playing field. This made such a big difference. And full disclosure, before this thing came out, I've owned the 42, I've owned the 43, the 43X, and the 48. I traded all of them son of a... in because I did not see it as a viable option for me to carry. These things are slippery. It's got a frickin' 10-round magazine. It's got plastics.
Okay, nobody carries a 43X with a 10-round magazine unless you're in California. Everyone knows that the moment you buy a 43X, you go on shieldarms.com and you buy yourself a box of steel 15 mags. 20 mags if you feel like it. 20 round mags if you feel like it. I have a 20 rounder as my setup for a bedside gun or for getting my mail. And I have like 5 different 15-round magazines laying around the house for different purposes.
But luckily, instead of the 10-round mag, Shield does offer
there you go.
Steel option that hold 15, so a little bit better. But
you can have 22 if you feel like it. I think they have a larger extender all the way up to 30 now.
Not as good is the stock 17-round mag that comes with a SIG macro. For the same price, a little bit more, a little bit cheaper, there's a lot of options that beat the hell out of this. There's not a lot of options that beat this. The 365 macro, the 365 in general is probably one of, if not the best carry option on the market for the...
Oh yeah, counterpoint. My trigger bar doesn't snap in half after shooting 1,000 rounds of ammo.
Majority of people. I really do think this Ramjet is going to make that big of a difference, and with the aftermarket options for a Glock in general, I think that you can get this thing pretty damn close, if not better, than the 365, but let's go ahead and find out. Before we get started, we need to thank today's sponsor, TacPack. That was a good TacPack. TacPack. TacPack is a monthly subscription service that sends you tactical gear to your house every single month. These things are full of awesome stuff, like this Gerber multi-tool right here, new charging handle for your AR, new grip for your AR, some patches, some stickers, a new rail for your AR. I'm building a whole new AR with this TacPack. Some sticky targets, more stickers. We got a range bag in here, nice grip to go on your new rail, a nice dry fire system, and a Rats tourniquet. TacPack has 2 main tiers. They have the standard and the plus. The standard is going to cost you $50.
Very understandable that Iran would not trust the US. Who gives a fuck?
$9.95 ship. The value inside of
their options right now or are play ball or, you know, become another Iraq.
Box is going to be anywhere from $90 to $120. TacPack Plus is going to cost you $139.95 ship, but that value is anywhere in between $240 to $300. So you're always getting more than what you're paying for, and new subscribers that use code PEW are also going to get a free box of EDC gear worth about $60, bringing your total to about $330. So if you guys are interested in a tactical Christmas once a month, hit the link down in the description.
Gonna be a mess? Well, listen, they've made their own mess. They should have spent less time funding terror activity in the region. They should have funneled less money into Gaza and not roused the sleeping giant that was Israel. Sucks to suck, nerd.
Below, and be sure to use code PEW. Let's get back to it. We got the regular barrel in here right now. Now I don't have this thing sighted in, so we're just gonna do like into the dirt 10 rounds so you guys can see the muzzle flip, and then we'll put the other barrel in it. And
just a second, I want to look at what we're examining here. So this is the Radian Ramjet Afterburner TM, Ramjet TM for Glock R. Okay, so it's a ported pistol barrel as opposed to threaded. I see. My question is, well, for one, $400. Wait, it's not even in stock. Great. Is the bronze one? No, it's already out of stock. Fantastic. So I can't even buy it. That's not a great start. And my second question is, it very obviously clips onto the end of the slide. It replaces the stock barrel, and it adds like maybe from what I'm seeing here, probably like a half an inch on top. So that means it, well, it still fits my holster. Mostly. No, I'd probably have to take a heat gun to it, actually, now that I think, because my holster tapers off at the end. So I would need to remake my concealed carry holster and my over-the-waistband holster. So not only am I out $400 for the ported barrel and the comp, I'm also out $200 more to remake my holsters. Fantastic.
go from there.
This is why I don't fuck with my carry gun.
In this, I do not like the 43, the 43X. I really like the SIG 365, but it's not about me. It's about you guys, the buyers. So I'm going to try to be as fair as I can possibly be.
He's a Sigger. Beat him.
When comparing these,
Beat his ass.
The 365 is better. Just get a couple mags through this with a regular barrel. We'll switch over to slow motion, and then I'll put the ramjet in it and do a side-by-side so you guys can see how much this acts.
Why are SIG fans so insufferable? I say as I'm about to spend an upward of $500 FRTing my SIG MCX. Never mind, I never forget I said anything.
Actually, reduce the recoil. It's kind of my...
Yeah, it's a snappy little gun. Because it's a subcompact.
So I'm not even going to do a comparison with and without the ramjet for the 365. I have a lot of videos on that thing, and yeah, you can go click right here and watch that if you guys want to. But needless to say, it does make a huge difference. Now the 365 recoil impulse stock versus stock feels a hell of a lot better than the Glock does. But with that ramjet, I'd say they're...
It's a macro grip. Of course, you put a subcompact FCU into a full-sized gun. Of course it's going to recoil better. Which one is easier to conceal? Like, give me a... Okay, I am pulling up Handgun Hero. That is it. I am not taking the Glock slander. Handgun size comparison. Alright, let's see. Handgun. Glock 43X. MOS. P365. Did he say macro? X macro. There you go. Just macro or X macro? There's only one macro. Okay, compare handguns. So it's a full half-inch, not a half-inch. Okay, but it is a larger frame. Where's the side to side? So, okay, so it is a taller frame because this is a Glock 19 sized firearm. This is also significantly thicker than the Glock 43X. So it is more difficult to conceal because it is at least 10% larger. And it doesn't have more barrel, but it has more slide because of the comp. So, like, if we're comparing apples to apples here, we need to go here. See, now this would be apples to apples. But then, guess what? The felt recoil on this bitch is very unpleasant because the reciprocating mass is larger compared to absolutely no grip real estate. Like, again, I have adult-sized hands. I can barely correctly grip the 43X without fat-fingering the slide release. I cannot grip the stock 365 because there is no room for me to put, like, at least one finger on the grip because my hands are too large.
Pretty comparable. I'll just go ahead and put the 365 up in slow motion again and do the same lines just so you guys can see how that stacks up with the ramjet.
I think what he's done here, he took a stock 365 slide. Hey there, Momomo, how are you doing? We're screaming at guns because people are slandering my favorite carry gun. While trying to sell me a $400 ported attachment that's also going to make me remold all of my holsters, and I'm currently not having any of it. How are you doing today? But as I was saying, I think what he did is he took a macro slot, he took an X macro grip module, stuck a stock P365 stock, and put a comp on it. Okay. Why get the pistol when you could get a badass revolver from the 1800s or something instead? Well, because the revolver jams significantly more. It doesn't take any of the practical calibers, and... Oh, I get a lame pistol? I don't think the Glock is lame. I think Glocks are very cool. A Davy Crockett? We're gonna look at that. The thing is, revolvers are heavier, not as concealable, and usually have what? They look cool? They only look cool when they're chambered in ridiculous calibers. Okay, fine. The Colt Single Action Army is probably the exception to that, but also good luck getting any ammo for it. The problem with revolvers is 6 shots. I have 15 in my Glock. 20 if I'm feeling extra turgent today. If I'm dressed heavily enough to conceal the larger grip. Was the USA's portable infantry nuclear mortar? I see. See, Digby, given that most self-defense engagements happen at about a distance of 3 feet, I would question the long-term side effects. I feel like if you get attacked by more than 6 people at the same time, you probably have other problems anyway. Momomo, first of all, people don't instantly stop when they're hit by a projectile. Unless you hit vitals, and it's very difficult to place that shot. So usually your self-defense scenarios involve at least up to 6 shots. In best case, you need just 1 shot to get rid and hope others panic at this point. Most will scatter. Usually a determined attacker, and they are usually determined, do not stop with 1 hit. They will try to take your gun from you, depending on their stress response. People have different reactions to meeting force, and that's provided that you can take him. 30, 40 feral hogs attacking the playground in your garden, well, then 9mm no longer cuts it. Hogs are very sturdy. You need something with a little bit more penetration. You're going to need 308 or 30-06 to go hog hunting. People say good things about 300 Blackout on hog, surprisingly enough. 8.6 Blackout, very good for hog hunting. But the thing with 9mm is that it's good at producing pretty solid cavitation, pretty solid organ damage. The problem is your shot placement also matters. If you're hitting someone around the abdominal area or in the extremities, generally if your opponent has the capability and the intention to kill you, he'll still be able to, to do that. He's going to bleed out afterwards, but you're not going to produce a stopping effect fast enough. A stopping effect is typically achieved by placing a shot around the heart area or the brainstem, whichever one. Those are difficult targets to hit, especially under stress of adrenaline and on a moving and actively resistant target. So usually the guideline is you place 3 to 5 shots center mass, but then you correct that for your agitated, stressed out accuracy of less than 30% for most people. And that's where you sort of arrive to, I'd rather have 15 rounds of jacketed hollow point 9mm on me than just the 6 shots from the 6-shooter. And you do also have the added component of those people still. So it's just fuck it, empty the mag. Essentially, yes, that's the guideline. As long as the guy is still ambulating, you just empty the fucking mag into him. The legal guideline is you continue shooting until the threat is stopped. So if he keels over, falls, and is obviously no longer moving, you stop shooting. If he falls, but he reaches for a pocket or for anything, then you keep shooting because he is possibly reaching for a weapon. But the guideline is you just mag dump. If you look at any police shooting, we're not going to look at police shootings on Twitch. That's typically what officers do. Whenever a police officer sees any kind of credible threat, someone tries to pull a gun, someone already has a gun, someone lunges at them with a knife, they just fucking mag dump center mass. And sometimes they reload and mag dump again. because that is how you stop someone who is A, intent on hurting you, B, is very likely high on drugs. So they're not going to be responsive to, any normal threat markers that would dissuade a sane person from persisting. They're also resistant to any kind of pain signaling because they are very likely coked out of their mind and they feel none. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But you are correct. The swag of a good 6-shooter is unbeatable. Just learned that the range they use for training Davy Crockett teams is contaminated with depleted uranium from the training rounds. They ripped 270 kilos of it from the soil and are convinced there is more there. The Army discovered this in 2005. The weapon was retired in 1969. Ah, yes. DOD moment.
All right, of course, to kick this test off, we're going to start with the build drill. I got the 43X on me. New holster, new gun, stock trigger. 177.
I can talk shit all day. This man is just fantastic with a firearm. I feel like that's planning for the worst case scenario, though. The way you think, most likely you'll be ambushed by a single guy or two. They'll only pick you for being an easy target and probably run when they see you actually bite back. You are correct, Momomo. Unfortunately, a firearm that you carry on your person is a deterrent that is very specifically, it has to be set up for the worst case scenario. You can't really go half cock on safety measures. The way I typically explain it is, like, why do you have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen? Isn't a kitchen fire the worst case scenario? Aren't you just paranoid? Can't you just use the water in your faucet? It's the same general principle. I prefer to have a weapon that has a maximized capacity. You don't have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen, really? We're required to have one by our fire code. There's one in under my sink right now. Wait, you don't require those in cars as well? Damn, that's wild. I don't think we require fire extinguishers for uses in cars in the US. I know that's a thing in Eastern Europe in a lot of places. That's wild. Well, you should have a fire extinguisher in a home. Guess it's because of the difference in house materials. American houses are mostly made out of wood, right? I wouldn't call that wood, Momomo. Calling it wood is generous. It depends on where you are, actually. Like, places that experience colder climates, they're mostly brick houses. So places like New York, you're going to have mostly brick and concrete. Anything that's further down south, it's... you know what? Anything that's further out into the suburb, I'm going to say. Yeah, I know. But it is plywood and drywall for like single-family homes. It's for propaganda, so we think Americans can punch through walls. Fire extinguishers would be a good idea nonetheless. See, there you go. Like, it's basically the way I treat guns the same way I treat fire extinguishers for the purpose of this explanation. Well, guns are more fun to interact with on a daily basis because it's still a funny mechanical thing that goes click. But it is a backdrop that is there to insulate you from things going very, very wrong. Like, whenever your normal flow of life is interrupted by an absolute black swan event, the gun is there to enable you to survive said black swan event and carry on with your life. And that's why, it has to be optimized with an understanding of certain likelihoods. I need to take down that fucking Redeem. I think Sun unfollowed me because because he was constantly triggering that redeem. I do live in Germany, so the moment you shoot someone in self-defense, you're in trouble anyway, so you only really see it as a hobby tool. It is unfortunately like that. Last I've looked at any European self-defense laws, I was very depressed by them. Let me turn it off while I still remember. I keep preparing and equipping myself for the schizos to come in and tell me about the joys. You like Turkey self-defense law? What are Turkish self-defense laws? Just a moment. If I take off this entire thing, I'm gonna break it. Okay, this is not where this goes. Most of Europe, you get fucked for defending yourself. If you shoot someone in Turkey, you usually drag them into your... Wait, excuse me, what? Whoa, Momo, can you add a little bit of context to that one? I had to look away from under the hood there. If you shoot someone in Turkey, you usually drag them into your bedroom. What did Momo mean by this? Read 3 comments up. Okay. Oh, okay. You're only allowed to kill someone when they're in your bedroom. So, like, on the premises of your home. Okay. Is this someone again? Okay, I get it. So basically, Turkey has castle doctrine. I forgot where I put the fucking European redeem. God damn it. I've had so much fun setting it up that I forgot where it goes. Oh, I can't turn it off. I'm sorry. I guess you're gonna have to... Where did I even put it? Okay, just disclaimer. This redeem has been set up because I've had people walk into my chat and explain how the EU is just so much better than my free market laissez-faire capitalism, and so I set up a whole redeem. Do not redeem. I'm sorry, we're going to have to redeem. I apologize. I'll find it later.
167. Switch over to the 365 and see how it compares. All right, 365. That was 6. 173, so pretty damn close. Right off the bat, I'm gonna say it. The trigger's better, the grip's better, the recoil is better.
The way you set up your gun also costs like double from the... It's not a stock P365. You're comparing it to a stock Glock. Like that one meme that circles NA and EU, and it's like, if you're from this place, shut the fuck up.
That was 7. 6 was at 172. I think I got a faster one with the...
You need to also understand, Momomo, that not everyone in the world is blessed by being a man. Some people are... Women exist. And for them, self-defense is a bit of a different proposition. Let's just circle Sweden. Well, Swedes are okay. Main man is mostly alright when he talks mostly about Tekken.
Into Krav Maga. And it's based off of defending yourself in real-world events. I love about it the fact that I know if someone came and attacked me, that I could likely handle myself.
Hold on, how much do you weigh?
Like 100 pounds.
When you say you could handle somebody who, like, you're talking about like a woman.
I can pick up a 180-pound man and throw him on his back.
But
Yeah. I swear to you. do? Take a knife from a guy, I can take a gun from a guy.
Let's try it.
I'm not.
Here's the proposal. He's giving you the best position. You have him in a rear naked choke. You have his back. You have his neck.
I already
Do you think
commented
you'll be
over
able to
this, so I'm
escape
not
from
going to
your
interject
chokehold?
much.
Yeah.
Oh.
I haven't done this kind before, but I'm gonna try to get the leverage.
Is this allowed? What the?
Nah, you can't do it.
Case closed. Therefore, gun. You believe you've heard that Mexico or other South American nations has a genuine problem with violence against women? Momomo, most places that aren't the first world have a problem with violence against women because, yeah, he just stood up and won. That's it. That's all he had to do. And that's with her attacking him. That's in a controlled environment. That's without him being the aggressor. There's not a lot women can do physically against a full-grown man. Like an extremely bad case like manslaughter. Yeah, that's also very common. I regret to inform you that India exists. Like more than average. No, I'm pretty sure India still outshines most of South America. In the first world, we have a nagging problem, though. You do have a point, but perhaps we have to return.
Now I have a hell of a lot more rounds on a 365 because I did a whole build series with 365s, so I got pretty
You also have a full-sized frame.
used to these over the last couple of years. But I did grow up on a Glock, so I'm kind of used to that angle. Pulling it out and getting it on target is a little bit quicker for me. Maybe we should find that out. One shot on target from concealment, see which one is the faster to the target. Why? What's the point of this? For the audience. Because they're different holsters, they're different grip angles.
No matter how bad any place is, you're always worse off and deserve to complain about it. No, that's fair, that's fair.
They're different grips, what's the point?
You go off, King, and don't let me stop you.
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
I got him.
Which one's faster? Which grip angle's better?
I think it's the grip angle is what we're going for. I think that's the goal. I think the grip angle is going to be slower or faster depending on the thickness of the grip, the grippiness of the grip, the angle of the dangle. There's something here. There's something to be learned here. You ready? 81. We're not going to talk about that. 78.
Okay, but also, the ramjet doesn't affect your first shot from concealment because it's there to mitigate recoil. What recoil during a draw?
82. 84.
Okay, now you're just sandbagging.
I'm noticing with the Glock 43, it's a little bit harder to gain control out of concealment than the 365. I'm not saying it's hard, it's pretty easy. Like the grip is comfortable, especially with that mag wheel, tucking that pinky in there. It feels all right, it's just not as natural to grab and point as the 365. So obviously both of these barrels are made by Brady and they should be relatively the same when it comes to grouping and accuracy, but what's gonna make the difference is the triggers. It's the break, the squish, the over travel, the reset. That is what makes a gun group well. The lighter the trigger, for me personally, the better the group is. So for like 2011s and stuff, you just, get a good little groupie poo out of them. Good old state-of-the-art targets right here. A few shots each, 7 yards, just to see if the shitty Glock trigger is gonna hold up to the okay 365 trigger. Glock up first. Again, not a fan of these red dots. They're very glitchy and I can see the entire emitter. I can see a square emitter box. This one is a 6 MOA and that one I believe is 3. So I'm gonna have a slight advantage with this, but we're pretty close. Shouldn't make that big of a difference. I've had a bug crawling on the back of my neck this whole fucking time. It's very distracting. Alright, 365.
Is he doing what, 10-shot groups? Is it just me or
Honestly,
the...
it didn't feel that much different. This one started to open up a little bit as I sped up, but slowing down, I was keeping them kind of in the same spot. This is me kind of speeding up. Same thing over here. I think the Glock was a little bit tighter. Honestly, Glock...
Well, for one, the Glock slide at the very least doesn't lift as you're depressing the trigger, so there's that.
Triggers suck. They're squishy. They got a weird reset. They're a little bit heavy, but you do hit a nice wall, and then you got a nice roll to break it. They're not that bad, especially if you train them. With a 365, I feel like you got a nice roll throughout the whole thing. So I
actually don't like the fact that the SIG triggers don't have a clearly defined wall. I'm not a fan of that.
Preference. Like, you grew up on Glock. Dalton hates the 365 trigger. So Dalton, right here is your typical Glock fanboy, wouldn't you say?
I don't care about your question.
So your preference on trigger is the Glock. What's your opinion of the 365?
I'm just saying, for some reason, if your company doesn't also sell horse semen, you're not able to make a good, reliable gun. I don't know why. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is.
I hate the
You're wrong.
I hate the 365 trigger because I don't like this take up, and then there's over travel, and
yeah.
I've never really I got used to a Glock trigger because when we started out, Nick was like, Glock 19 never fails, just learn how to shoot it, you don't suck. Okay, bye. So I did, and I got used to a little bit of take up, firm wall, rolling break. Like, it's what I got used to.
Right, and like I said, it's kind of personal preference. Some people like that roll through with a 365. Some people like to hit that dead wall. For me personally, again, I grew up on a Glock. I don't mind the wall, but right now, shooting a bunch, like 10,000 plus rounds through a 365.
Yeah, there was a lot of rounds through that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, not that one, but...
Right. But now, this is my preference. I prefer this trigger. I can go a little bit faster, and I think that's our next test. Stock trigger versus stock trigger. Now, we'll say with the Glock...
It's not the stock trigger. It's not the stock trigger. Stop gaslighting me. SIG. Okay, let's pull this up. I will explain what I mean by this. It is not a stock trigger. Because the SIG FCU comes in different forms. Please go away. Firearms P365. The baseline trigger that actually comes stock with a 365. Oh, nice. They just sell fluxes now, I guess. There it is a curved trigger. If you notice, PewView is running a flat trigger. And if we go to our custom builder tool, build a 365. Why the fuck would anyone want a P320? All right, there you go. Fire control unit. Oh, they've changed. Can I only get the flat triggers? Do you not offer the curved ones anymore? Okay, that's a problem. Okay, fine then. Shop. I would like to demonstrate something real quick. Firearms. Oh, they probably don't have these here, do they? Let me see. 365. Okay, so they only sell the actual trigger assembly. They don't show the FCU. But basically, the flat triggers are just, you know, slightly nicer. There's a different pull. Like this is the standard trigger. Does the feel differ materially? No. But it is still a flat trigger. So if you're going to have the nicer trigger in the P365, you could also go with a Glock Performance trigger. That's only 3 pounds.
The better thing about this is the fact that you got aftermarket options. If you don't like the trigger, you can get flat face, curved, oval, boob shaped. Glocks make a lot of aftermarket triggers. As far as options for the 365 triggers, too fucking bad. You can get a different shoe, but that is your serialized part, and you can't really change that. Going for some split times here. I'm really bad with a stock trigger, I'm not gonna lie. Other than a Type B, which is...
You still say the best way to go is a portable nuke? Okay, let's... See, I would much rather a portable ship-mounted minigun. Especially since miniguns now have suppressors. So you're not even getting that bad of a tinnitus.
The best striker fire on the market, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Pretty hard to go fast with a striker fire. Little jammy poo in there. Glock stuff. Now, to be fair, them all have been with the shield mags. That's probably more to do with it than the actual Glock, but 16, 15, 14, 15, so...
Pretty sure I've never been able to induce a jam on a shield mag.
15, 16 is probably the average with the Glock. Let's try the old 365. 13, 14, 15. I'm faster with a 365. I think I already knew that, Dalton. How about you?
All right, Glock first.
21, 22, 22, 21. You're pretty consistent, right around 20.
That's my average split, like, even with my gun or most guns.
There's a standard on a Zaku 2 again. 120 millimeter machine gun.
And a 19 in there, so you were slightly faster with a 365, but your average is still around 2021. All right, I just want to kind of fuck around a little bit. I'm going to double tap 3 of the big ones just so we can do a little transition testing. I got the 43 on right now on the timer. You know what, I'm switching from 365 to Glock, and then I gotta fuck with that angle, because like a Glock, I gotta dip down, right. Which typically I'm pretty used to that. But when I'm shooting a 365 and I can get that 1911 point, which is much more natural, it's just more better. All right, 365. It just feels so much
faster. I can see it.
My grip feels better, the trigger feels better, it's just... Alright, I'd say the 365 definitely, it got that one. The trigger's a little bit easier to manipulate, the grip is better. Now as far as recoil management, kind of the point of this video, the Radian Ramjet, it certainly is about equal when it comes to muzzle flip. It feels identical. But the grip is so much better on this one. It's a little bit easier to hold on to and kind of, you know, get a more tighter grip. So the belt recoil feels a little bit better with the 365. Muzzle flip, about the same, but let's do the ultimate test, the reliability test. We're gonna sink these bitches in mud and see which one is actually gonna run, because all the Glock fanboys will tell you that that is the AK-47 of pistols. Ain't that right, buddy?
I would never insult my Glock like that.
I have a list of excuses on why that Glock goes first.
We're gonna find out. All right, so we're gonna do final conclusion.
Also, aftermarket barrel, so...
Before I get these things absolutely filthy.
Actually, that actually might have been what induced the jam earlier. Because, think about it, you're slamming an aftermarket barrel with an aftermarket comp onto a gun that has an aftermarket magazine. Like, you're fucking with the cycling and the lubricity of the materials and with the tolerances there.
And then they won't be able to shoot anymore, and you won't be able to see the talking points here. So I'd say final conclusion, in my opinion, again, I'm trying my best to not be biased. The 365 is taking it because the grip is better, the trigger's better, just the recoil impulse, the shootability.
It's a full-size frame.
The point to these things, it's more 1911. The Glock is kind of, you know, at the ground. It's just got a weird point. Now, that being said, I think this is a very good option with this Ramjet. This completely changed the game of the Glock 43, and that is by far, it's not even fucking close. With this stock barrel and with this Ramjet, night and day difference.
I hated the 43 until 3 hours ago.
Yeah, like I will put this in my carry rotation. It is that good. I like this gun. I would trust it. I think if, God forbid, you got in a gunfight, this is a decent option. I would trust my life to this thing. Now, that being said, did have quite a few malfunction with the shield mags. And unfortunately, their polymer mags are only 10 rounds. So that kind of knocks me down a little bit on the would I carry this or not. I want more capacity in my magazine, which is why this has been one of the most popular carry guns since 2021. Yeah, this has been top of the list.
Sure, but counterpoint, do you want a gun with parts made in India?
For the last 4 or 5 years.
As long as they've been out.
Except that one time in 2022 when the 320 shot to the top of the list for some fucking reason, the military. everybody's like, oh, it's military grade now. Let me buy one of them. They suck and you know it. That's why it's still sitting in your gun safe. But also, that being said, the 365 was still a close number 2. So if it wasn't for the military adopting it, this still would have been the top pistol of 2022. So, Mr. Glock fanboy, I'm sure you're going to choose this one, but why?
The Glock point I'm used to. So from thick 19 to thin 43X, I'm gonna like...
You know, something like half of iPhones made in India fail quality control. I am absolutely not surprised by that information. Fecal contamination is a common issue, human and cow. I can't tell if you're memeing or not.
Like, it's natural. I'm gonna pick it up, point it the same every time. I actually, when I was doing splits, I was trying to find the dot.
We have a new topical redeem if I remembered to activate it. Just a second, let me check if it's there. I have way too many redeems because none of you fucking do anything with them. Yeah, we have a do not redeem, so you can try the do not redeem.
I couldn't find the dot in the 365. This I could pick up right away. So the compatibility of like...
One that makes you poo in the loo? I'm not sure it does.
Like, they're the same gun but different, you know? And, you know, Glock...
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the gun!
Okay, so he's going Glock because he's biased. Got it.
But I'm picking this one today because just changing out for the Ramjet absolutely changed the 43X. I did not like this gun. I would tell people to buy a 365 because
100%.
The recoil impulse of this is super snappy.
Yeah, it felt like a subcompact 40.
Yeah.
And now it feels like a nice flat shooting 9mm pistol.
There was no benefit to buying a 43X compared to a 365. You got the macro with 17 rounds and the recoil impulse was better. Why buy this gun?
All right, so it's getting dark out here. Let's go dunk these bitches in mud and see which one is going to get up. All right, so we're going to go with some murky-ass water first, and then we'll stir up some mud. But this is some very sandy, rocky shit. 365. This shouldn't have an issue. Now, this is very gritty.
Stovepipe.
One malfunction, but that made it pretty damn far throughout the mag. Okay, Glock. Again, just gritty water, shouldn't have an issue. Fuck! Alright, so this bitch is back up and
Is he running it with, he's running it with a polymer magazine. Because the follower is bright orange. Let me find my polymer mag.
But, yeah.
He really wants to kill that thing.
Clear it off. Alright, that's nice and muddy now.
Yeah, the orange follower is the polymer 10 rounder.
Schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
You know what I think? I think it's the Radian barrel, because it has those indentations. It is also a ported barrel, so it doesn't have that airtight fit to the frame, both on the SIG and both on the Glock. Like, more bells and whistles, more weight optimization, but also, like, it just does that. I think the Glock is also going to shit the bed. Son of a... Oh, never mind.
It just barely caught that.
I blame the barrel, honestly. I think that it's just not...
Alright, so I'd say Glock got that. They both failed. The Glock just failed a little bit less. And if I'm
starting to.
Yeah, if I'm gonna single feed it, that would keep me in a gunfight. This thing, yeah.
See, that's...
They're both kind of keeping you in.
I think the problem is tolerance stacking that you're getting here. Like, you have two guns that are machined for certain parts, But once you start messing with aftermarket parts, especially the barrel, because the barrel is a pivotal element of the cycling, then you're introducing a little bit too much tolerance stacking. And once you start mucking it up, and it's a ported barrel, it's a barrel with a lot of geometry that the gun isn't really built for, that's where you get those issues.
A little bit better. I'm gonna go shower. I am filthy. Thank you for watching. Let me know what you guys think of this comparison down in the comments below and which one you prefer. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right. Let's see. How old is this? June 19th. Oh, hey there, Notary. In other news, John Moses Browning continues to be right. Yeah, he never stopped. All right, Tom Homan's about to tell us something on Juneteenth.
Listen live. Some other sort of criminality. Was this ICE acting on their own, and what is the
ICE was not acting. Look, ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. Worksite enforcement operations is an important part of the work we do. Again, where do we find most victims of trafficking?
I don't like the desync of the audio. It ticks me off. I'm sorry.
For Tom Homan speaking to the media now outside the White House. Let's listen in live.
It's the video.
ICE acting on
Okay, we're gonna.
Look, ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. Worksite enforcement operations is an important part of the work we do. Again, where do we find most victims of trafficking? Worksite every day across this country. And right now we're concentrating on sanctuary cities, so that's where the problem is.
Oh, okay, they're fixing it.
We release public safety threats, illegal aliens to the community every day. So that's why we're sending more resources to sanctuary cities. We don't have that problem like in the state of Florida, where most of the county sheriff accept our detainers and they give us an illegal alien when they're done with them. So we got to concentrate where we know they're being released in the street. So that's why we're sending more resources to sanctuary cities to take the public safety threats off the street.
Sherman, what do you say to farmers who are growing increasingly concerned that immigration enforcement is going to hurt their ability to do their jobs and thus hurt the U.S. economy more broadly?
Well, first of all, there's a right way and wrong way to hire workers. There are legal programs that bring farm workers in. Second of all, I've been saying for years, Congress needs to address this. But because Congress failed to address it doesn't mean we ignore it. I mean, it's illegal to knowingly hire an illegal alien. But like I just talked about a few minutes ago, worksite enforcement operations, just like at-large operations, we're going to base them on priority, right? For those we have a criminal nexus of trafficking, of forced labor, of tax fraud or tax evasion. I mean, we will concentrate on work sites on a prioritized basis, just like we do at large operations. So anything let's just go farm, look for illegal aliens. We'll prioritize those who have a criminal nexus first.
And just one quick follow-up. On Thursday, ICE told agents to hold off on investigations of farms and hotels, absent some other sort of criminality. Was this ICE acting on their own, and what is the
ICE was not acting. Look, ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. Worksite enforcement operations is an important part of the work we do. Again, where do we find most victims of trafficking? Worksite. Joe Biden stopped worksite. They said they cared about sex trafficking and forced labor trafficking. Then they stopped worksite enforcement. That was a dumb move.
So what was that email from Tatum Kate?
It's a matter of messaging, proper messaging. The message is clear now that we're going to continue doing worksite enforcement operations, even on farms and hotels, but based on a prioritized basis. Criminals come first.
Thank you.
Information.
All right, bit of a nothing burger. I was expecting a little bit more of a fire response from Tom Homan there, but you know they can't all be winners. Okay, one of you posted AI slop. Democrats once again going, but who will pick the cotton? Basically, yes.
We've just arrived in the colonies because there was some bitching over a tiny 3% tax. Not that big a deal, but whatever, this shit'll be easy.
What the actual fuck? Where the hell are they? Unless they're lined up 10 feet in front of me wearing bright blue uniforms, I can't see them. These guys are such assholes. What kind of a dickhead doesn't line up in a straight line and patiently take turns shooting one another?
Sir, these colonials are worse than gonorrhea. They hide behind trees and pick us off while we pass through single file wearing bright red. And you would know, Corporal, even though we're the superpower of the world, we still don't know how to counter this ingenious tactic of hiding behind trees.
God damn, we've been here 8 years and are just getting our shit pushed in. These boys weren't kidding, they really do hate taxes.
Okay, this is our last stand. We may have a chance if we just... Nope. Shit. Never mind, those ass-smelling French are here. I'm here in place of Cornwallis because apparently he's really sick today. to deliver terms of surrender to that giant stud right there.
Hell yeah. Listen, we would have done it without the French. They just made it faster and made you bleed a little bit less. We're not gonna have time to watch Oscar Tebu today. Alright, we're gonna watch this chatty video about what the fuck is it? Jukido Academy? If it's not a slur already, I am designating it a slur. Just a second. Straight knife stab. Okay, sure.
We obviously know this technique, right?
It's kind of funny how the USA's founding myth of the USA leans heavy into militias who were barely involved in the fighting. That is a patently incorrect statement, Digby. Thank you for your contribution. No, the militias were, well, the Revolutionary Army was formed of militia. They were technically the entire Revolutionary Army was the militia. And the rebellion started from militias taking pot shots and resisting the British. Let them cope. That's fair. It is unbecoming of a winner to gloat.
However, in addition to the taisabaki, we also have to get some arm connection to them. So that's basically what, we're not looking for this. He's going to pull that arm so damn fast that you thought I'm getting it. In reality, even now, he probably is going to pull the arm, pull the arm. Don't anticipate the technique. Pull, right? Yeah, we're going to. We're here, right? Right, this was actually what he was saying. He's probably going to pull. So if I just have my hands on him, it's going to be a problem. So we want to kind of feel like we have a little bit of this going on. As he pulls, right, then we can follow through as needed. That Santewaza might be slow.
What are the fucking writings on the wall? Sorry.
Might be a little bit bigger. It might be a little tighter to the body. It kind of is what it is. But what it's not, so, is this by itself. I don't have any belief in that, to be honest with you. So, here, get that arm. Maybe if you pull, we might need to go to this kind. That's now branching off from core, but you see how.
So the thing he has written here, the wrong order, by the way. Cry in the dojo, laugh on the battlefield. Fine. So these are the 7 virtues that were basically expanded from these are the 7 Buddhist virtues because the 5 Confucian virtues weren't enough. Gire. Oh, they also fucked up the order. You were expecting egg fried rice. No, none of this is egg fried rice. This is almost egg fried rice because this is. God. Kogendo karate. So it's like old modern path karate. Ju Aikido. This is Ju Aikido Jiu-Jitsu. This is word salad. This does not mean anything. The calligraphy is also questionable on a lot of these.
Now, you have to follow that elbow. Okay, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on this one since it's so similar to this guy. We all know this one pretty well.
So he's basically doing variants of Kotegaeshi.
It's similar in the sense that you're ending the same way, but the dynamics are a little bit.
I can just say off the bat, this is better than Aikido. I don't know why he insists on including that into his branding. That's my big gripe with Aikido in general, including Mr. Tengu over here. I don't like people who speak out of both sides of their mouths. Like, I'm sorry, you need to pick a lane. Either Aikido is a glorified gymnastic workout, or if it's a martial art. If it's A martial art, it has to work. If it's a gymnastical exercise, stop wearing the fucking gi and ascribing dans to each other.
The ashi, right? Core or not core?
That was actually not the ashi. That was more of an ashi harai, just static. It's a very different move.
Not core, but I felt like I needed it. I didn't add it just for cool points. This.
So, I'm not a big fan of attempting to catch a moving target, especially with a sharp object attached to it, and I'm gonna leave that as it is. Let me see combat jujitsu, ashihishigi. So I'm seeing some at the very least a good assortment of stuff. I just don't know why the aikido component is needed here. Fighting fundamentals, angles, mobility, awareness. Okay, so he does draw mostly from the well of old jujitsu. I kind of like that. Kesagatame. So it's judo curriculum. So it's old style judo curriculum. I'd say just lose the aiki shit and focus on the jujitsu stuff. Top spin Jujingatame, sweeps and reaps, Ushiro Goshi, Ipponzoi. Let's see him do Ipponzoi. Should I be worried when the instructor is fat? Depends on how fat. That was an okay soy. That was an okay Ipponzoi. I'm not a fan of bending over, but other than that, yeah, pretty solid. I kind of like that. All right, other hand. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. That I like that better than the than Ipponzoi as it's currently being practiced. So yeah, points for that. You know what? I expected to hate on this significantly more. Are you saying as fat as the guy showing the techniques? Let's see how fat is he. So when you get rotated by this on the street, is it? I'm sorry. That joke gave me cancer. I hope you're proud of yourself, Notary. When you get rotated by this on the street, is it called soy jacked? I hope you're proud of yourself. My migraine just came back. I'm gonna need to slap more Advil. Just a second. This is not a meme, I'm actually taking another Advil. You'll call the CIA, tell them you can kill people remotely. Yeah, you should do that. It did psychological damage, yeah. As a fighting type, psychic damage is doubly effective. Balanced off by my dark typing. I wouldn't say this guy is... Well, he's a little on the heavy side, but the thing is, a lot of these practices don't really give enough energy expenditure to keep you in shape. A lot of the Koryu styles kind of neglect physical training, so like the material he gives is okay. It's not bad. 2-on-1. Oh, that's the members only. I'm definitely not paying for that. Sidestep Udagarami. He definitely knows good curriculum. Let's see the Kataguruma here.
Unlikely to be that exaggerated, but as he comes in, we're going to fade back, take inside control of the wrist and arm, drop.
Conditioning is important for fighting. You just need to understand what you're learning from who.
continue pulling.
That's a judo kataguruma. I'm not a big fan of that one. I prefer going knees to the floor.
I'd like you guys gradually to get a little bit of good motion in there so that you really feel.
And see, but the problem is, the moment you don't have the guy proactively trying to go over you and actually loading your spine, if you bend over, you will throw your back out.
Uzushi taking him over, and your body's just a conduit for his energy.
So I prefer to do the kataguruma as a double knee variant, where I go on my knees, I pull him over, and I scoop him up, capturing one of the legs, and basically wearing him like a collar, and then slamming him on the ground, whichever way I want to hurt him. Yeah, it's not slop. It's not slop. The thing about conditioning is, like, he is slightly over fat. He's not obese. He's like 30, I'm going to guess like 35% body fat. Conditioning is important. Conditioning is important, especially... Well, to be fair, that's... you have a lot of people who are that fat everywhere. Conditioning is important, but you need to understand that different people who may not be, peak overall condition still have things to impart to you that are valuable to learn. And being a little bit over fat doesn't mean you have bad cardio. It means that you're able to out-eat your cardio. So the curriculum he teaches is good old style judo. I have very few bad things to say about this. Actually, I'm going to plug the guy's channel. Let me find this. We're going to keep this one tucked away in the Church of Iron. I'm going to post the channel to the link to his channel. Seems to have some good stuff worth looking at. Some of the branding is cringe. It has a little bit of that. He has a touch of the McDojo-itis, but very, very slight. I'd say drop the Aiki shit and just do the things that work. You don't need that.
Shadi, today I'm gonna be talking about drilling for the ground, and we're gonna be going through a Kodokan training footage, and it's all geared towards the ground. Drilling isn't just to develop the muscle memory for...
My guy, did you watermark your video with the Kodokan emblem? That's ambitious.
A specific technique. It's also great to build that habit, to build the fitness and the resiliency that you need. It builds strength and general fitness. And I see sometimes a lot of jiu-jitsu schools have their classes just only 1 hour, so between 20 to 30 minutes of sparring and exercises or technique, it's not enough. And of course you hear the very popular joke of purple belts not warming up, and I think we need to incorporate what we will see today. But before we do that, of course, don't forget to check out my book, The Origins and History of Judo, available in French and English. Links will be below. Thank you. So I'm not gonna go through these types of things. Everyone knows these, but we're gonna go through something that's very physically demanding, but at the same time it's very technical. So of course, first, everyone knows shoulder bridges. They're very important, but everyone doesn't know exactly why, or not many know why it's great to get that hip.
I've never seen... Well, here's the thing. Outside of Japan, I've never seen people dedicate a lot of time to warm-ups.
To get everything just turning and moving, keep that machine oiled up, the spine, the shoulders, the hips. And if you want to know something that's very functional regarding these, look at this.
I finally tried the Elite and Illumina face mask from iRestore, and honestly, they work. With the iRestore Elite,
Ushiro Kesa turnover or escape. Same, look at the hips and the shoulder bridge that went with it. So you grip, you pull towards you, and kind of like suplexing and you turn away in order to get out and get up. This is what you need. Next is neck bridges. I'm not saying do them violently like Mike Tyson or whoever. Put some pressure on your neck, gently roll over. Having a good neck in grappling is always great. It's always beneficial. Same for boxing. So you have to swing back and forth and diagonally, and also it's great for your back flexibility as well. It is
an underappreciated exercise. What if you want that Mike Tyson energy? I mean, you still need to do that, but you also need to be punched in the face a lot so that you can properly develop the speech impediment that he has. Looked like he was flattening the top of his head. It did look like that, yes. Taking smooth braid to a new level.
Important to have a good neck. Look at all the Russian wrestlers, how they trained their neck. This is considered very light, but again, some neck training is very important, and neck bridges are one of the best things you can do. Also, you can do it here, front, same thing. You keep your legs spread.
Could make a joke, but that's literally a slur, so yes, please don't post slurs in the chat.
Same, it's good for your flexibility, your adductors.
That's what the Discord is for?
Of course, your core. You need to build general fitness. I know.
Did you know that I have a Discord? You probably didn't, because now you do. Join the Discord, follow the YouTube. Haha, see how I segued that? Thank you.
I know that Jiu-Jitsu is a very controlled atmosphere compared to the stand-up, but still you have to be resilient. You have to get stronger in ways, and you have to have that fitness. Not everyone can afford the weights room, unfortunately. And here you can see these sometimes, for example, at a buzzer or at a timer, you have to keep going. You get the sequence like this one. You have to keep going until the timer goes off, or you rest on your belly, and then when the timer goes off, you have to get up and do them quickly. It's great for cardio, it's great for fitness, and it's great to keep that mind sharp and always ready. Fabio Basile talked about these games in Newaza, saying that
I wouldn't call it an aggressive plank. I would call these crawl patterns. Judo and like a lot of good wrestling schools are usually very heavy on the crawls, because the crawls are a great way for, first of all, warming up, make sure that you have full mobility available to you, that nothing is stuck, nothing is impinged, nothing is over tensed by the time you actually get into rolling.
Relaxed, always waiting for that right time, but mentally it prepares you very well. Of course, everyone knows shrimping, but
there it
it's
is.
such an important exercise. It's great for your knees, your ankles, and your hips.
The real sucker is reverse shrimp, when you go the other way.
Along the mats fully, 1, 2, or 3 passes. Every time you go there, you're gonna have very good escapes. Your hips are not gonna be stiff. They're gonna be very well accustomed to this particular movement. And here
It's a cool movement. It's a very cool movement to do. I always do like a couple of sets of shrimp crawls. There's also you can do the shrimp crawls in reverse, advancing when you kick off with your lead leg in order to propel yourself forward.
you can see another escape for the Ushiro Kesa, and it's always starts with a good shrimp. Now you have something called the reverse shrimp, or the
there it is.
You see it on the screen, and it is so much fun. I love doing it. The way the hips explode up.
It's so fucking hard to do.
Touch the mat with the foot, then you keep going across the mat.
Try this sometimes. It is an absolute bitch to try to do.
Several times, like once or twice. And here, same thing. You can escape the north-south with this particular drill. Again, if you do it endlessly, hundreds and hundreds of repetitions, you're gonna have very good resiliency on the ground. people often compliment wrestlers and judoka for having such good bodies and resilient and strong, and it's because of these. I'm having another general fitness for the Kodokan for judo, but this I figured because the whole warm-up issue in jiu-jitsu is so it's almost like a joke. I figured if you are Professor watching this, please try to incorporate them. I am pleading with you. Of course, these also they're not as easy as they look, by the way. They are
that guy is cheating, because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to leave your legs in just a dead hang.
Quite difficult. And like I said, they will harden the physique, good fitness, they will build the lats, look at that pull, and of course good for the forearms and at the same time the adductors.
Yeah, he's pushing with the toes. He's cheating there a little bit.
A little bit. Great, just full body workout. And of course there's...
You're supposed to be in a dead hang doing these.
Like crunches and push-ups and you run around. Of course these are all great, but you know, regarding the ground aspect solely, you have, of course, this as well. You do these repetitively with legs spread, or here you can see legs slightly closed or barely even touching. Or
he's actually showing that as an example of bad form.
Sometimes you can one round, for example, with the balls of the feet helping, and once just the forearm.
If you're a drill sergeant, felt like being a dick, it made recruits do this.
And the lats. Here, this one is also...
the cockroach.
Great. And look at him. He's laying there, boom. Just grabbing the jacket, go. Again, great for the back, great for the knees, great for the hips. Just lap after lap after lap. It's not very taxing on the body, but it will build general physique. This one, for example, is very difficult. It's great armbar escape.
Christ!
But not everyone can do it. So, of course, you have shrimp with a partner across the mat, the length of the mat. They follow you. They try to catch up. You always go, like, escape them or avoid them with the shrimp. Here, as they try to catch up, you go, and then quicker and quicker and quicker until you have that sharp explosiveness, but also you have that sharp reaction to it. Sometimes people just let them sink their pin and then they try to get out. It's also, you have to train the mind to know, I always have to be one step ahead. Here the same with the reverse shrimp, and someone's trying to catch up, and then you finish the length of the mat as well. I can understand they're very time consuming, that's why nobody can do them, but you know, let's say 5-6 times a week the academy is open. Try to spread them out. Here, this one, you grab your partner in north, south, and then you get back and then you pull them. Great exercise, you know, the chest, the back, the hips.
Nothing here is doing anything for the chest but go off.
Everything, like I said, general fitness.
Because there is no pushing movement.
Now we go to guard drills. No arm. This is a game, by the way. You have to touch the head or the shoulder, and the other one will try to maintain facing the partner and their legs as a frame. So it's fun. If you train with Japanese, you will know that games are very prevalent. There's a lot of them. You can run around the mat. Anyone who touches have their shoulder touched, they go down 10 push-ups, they run around. So you're going to be doing, I don't know, 60-50 push-ups. And here, game number 2. So it's, as you can see, it's a open guard, sleeve and lapel, and the game is also very fun. So here's what happened, and they have to go around. You have to maintain hooks on the hips, maybe the lahiva hooks if they're trying to escape or they got a bit away. So it's all about maintaining that guard. Again, grip strength, strong core, a good mind, always ready, will build very good jujutsuka, and at the same time,
I like that it's very controlled. There's not a lot of opportunity to get hurt because this is not free rolling.
And a strong mind as well. Here grip breaks. We do them in judo in the stand-up, but here you can see for the toreando or the warikomi, as they call it in Japanese. But then you train, it's like those things we saw in the beginning that I said I'm not going to cover, but here you can see that they can help with grip breaks.
Why'd I say I'd man the grill? I don't man things. Just find the knob that makes the hot fire come out. Here's the plan.
The physiognomy check never lies. It never does. I've yet to see a time where the physiognomy check actually fails.
I need burgers, buns. Great. Look at me go. I'm a grilling machine.
How's it going?
Literally about 3 more minutes.
You gotta turn it on.
5 minutes. Go take a dip, dude.
Now, here we go into, again, the open guard position, or the seitai, and then you train. Look at this. You pull them in, so they have to get back and then pulled up, or try to like deadlift you almost. So talk about deadlifting. And then here from it, you adjust, you get your center underneath them and drill the balloon sweep. You do that the length of the mat, and then at the end you do the throw. So very much like uchikomi, and then you throw at the end of the mat, like in the stand-up judo. But here, again, this will build a very resilient, good physique and a very strong grappler on the ground. And it doesn't have to be just because it's stand-up, so it's very explosive. It's the ground. It's not always explosive. It's not explosive at all. It doesn't have to be the case. And here, look at this. These like mountain climbers almost. It's very good for the cardio, very good for the core. And you have to keep your hooks in as they are working them. So this is mainly it. I tried to add everything.
Remember to do your warm-ups. Oni Dojo. It's the best way to insulate yourself from getting hurt while training. Because getting hurt while training is dumb. It prevents you from training more. As the older you get, the more it knocks you out from doing good, effective training. I've finally recovered from the knee injury that I had, oh Lord, in February. We're in June. I lost 4 months just to being stupid. So, you know, do with that which, well, okay, fine. My knee probably healed somewhere around late May, if we're being completely transparent. But still, 3 months of not being able to go full hog. In volume, their work? Yeah, that also too. I think I recovered from... No, Digby. I've been around the block enough to know what induced that particular knee injury, and I very well know how to diagnose whether or not it's healed. I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I've now been actively participating in training more than half of my life. I know how that stuff works, and I know my particular knee injury because it wasn't a mechanical injury, it was tissue stress induced by a change in my walking arc, and the walking arc shift was caused by a severe bruise to my shin bone. So no, I know the exact genesis of that injury. I know that one has basically been resolved. No one recovers from a knee injury? No, skill issue. You can recover from a knee injury. I've done that multiple times. It depends on what you do with your knee. If you snap your ACL, yeah, it's Jover. You're going to feel that for the rest of your life. Tendinitis, I forget what that one's called, but the liquid buildup in the knee, overuse issues, like unless you actually like hard damaged cartilage, unless you manage to injure your meniscus, to snap a tendon. If you catch those things early enough before an actual ligament snaps, it's very, very much recoverable with physical therapy and a little bit of targeted rest. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You can you can squat your way out of most injuries, contrary to popular belief. Now, I'm going to start up Gray Zone. I'm going to pull up a BRB screen. because I am giving myself an upset stomach by drinking tea without eating anything. So I'm going to go quickly grab a bite to eat. Y'all can grab some refreshments and prepare to dive into some Gray Zone. I probably am also going to need to swap out the model, but we're going to see. They promised some VRAM usage optimization stuff in the recent patch, and I did not benchmark or test it, so we're going to see if that works. Okay, I am back. The game is capturing. I have imbibed in some pretzel bread. Give me a moment to record it. Because, much to my chagrin, counting macros is the most efficient way to lose weight. I'm currently 20% body fat, so that's a W in my book. But we need to go further. I'm not going to stop. The target here is 15% body fat, which means I need to lose 10 more pounds, which is doable. All right. We seem to be mostly fine. My fans are running hot, as they should. Let's see if we can deploy, and if that's going to cook my GPU. And if it does, we're going to switch over to the Chibi model. The Chibi model has been confirmed to work. That I know. It's going to shit the bed a little bit while it's rendering the shaders. Give it a little bit of time. Okay, the model is still a little bit fucky-wucky. I'm gonna pull up my Alienware Command Center. Let's kill the Steam window. Okay, let's set to overclock. That's good. Oh, damn it. Don't ND into the floor. Oh, okay. They seem to be mostly back. Ha! It actually works. Let me kill the bloom, just in case. Just to minimize the RAM use. There we go. Glow slightly less. But only slightly. Misinput, calm down. Listen, nothing wrong with a little desk pop. It's a funny prank. All right, let's see what we're doing here. I did some tasking yesterday, and by some I did a shit ton of tasking. Let me know if the stream starts shitting itself badly, and we're gonna shift over to the Chibi model after all. Actually, let me do another thing real quick. Audio, gain it up slightly. Give it a flat 9. There we go. All right, that should be good. The choppers are very loud. Well, as they should be, they're choppers. Alright, figure out what we have for nutrition. I'm gonna take a tea. As all good southern boys do, I sustain myself mostly on a diet of tea. Although I hate sweet tea with a fucking passion. We got the California Special, a bottle of fentanyl over here. Pop that in. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is, let's see, it's the middle of the day. What can I do in the middle of the day? Tiger Bay area, I'm not touching Tiger Bay. Blue Lagoon. This is an interesting mission, but this is a night mission. Guns and ammo is a maybe, but I would also prefer to not go in the day. So the best thing to do in the day is probably to farm some equipment. So we're going to do that, and in order to do that, we're going to... Oh, we need to capture Westmore before we go there. Is this a fresh server? Oh, this is a fresh server. Well, that changes things. Okay, then. Then, in that case, we are going to go and, we're going to capture Spellberg. I've never done that, and I really want to. So what we're going to do is, we're going to go down to Jefferson, capture that, and we're going to kill some time doing that, and then we're going to return. So we're going to go there on foot, but it's going to give us a little bit of, a light warm-up, and it's gonna let us test whether or not the shaders are doing okay. Sounds like a plan? I need to think very long and hard about what we're carrying here, because I don't like being like at peak weight. I tried to do Tools of the Trade under the gun and patch countdown. You did it, but also learned the tools pickup disappears in your inventory if you die? Yes. Unless you put it in a secure container. Check the map here. I'm just gonna go straight through. Is the stream doing okay? It's showing me that encoder is overloaded. I'm primarily interested in the game not shitting itself, but, you know, if the stream doesn't, that would also be nice. No major issues yet. Please keep me appraised of whether or not we get any. Oh, this is, yeah, you definitely break your legs trying to go down here. Gotta be very careful. We're gonna squat down. And we're gonna go into the tree line here because we don't want to be in the road. Especially without a CQB capable weapon. Because a 20-inch DMR is definitely not CQB material. I think I've mostly perfected the bastard sniper playstyle. As I am wont to do. So we're currently rocking a 20-inch AR, shooting 5.56 green tip. And what's our aiming device? It's a Vortex, I can tell you that much. A Vortex 5 to 25. So we see very, very far, farther than most NPCs' engagement range, The only issue I'm having right now is that the bullet, still being supersonic, produces a very clear crack. So if you whiff a shot, the NPCs generally have a good idea of where you are. On the one hand, skill issue, but then again, if you're taking multiple targets, that's not exactly convenient. So there's a big argument for using subsonic ammo, but I don't think there's subsonic 5.56 in the game yet. Or at all. I'm just saying Q. Give me an 8... Give me an 8.6 Blackout subsonic sniper rifle, please. Give me the Q boombox. Make it as expensive as you want. Just let me take those long, absolutely silent shots, preferably overpenning like a motherfucker. Alright, seems to be handling the loading so far. I already bought the first level of the Supporter Edition. I feel like I'm gonna have to fess up some cash. Again, because I did promise to gradually do that if I got the model working. If my full model is working, I'm gonna have to double down on this game. You know, it's the gacha approach. If you spend 100 hours playing a game, you're supposed to spend at least 60 bucks. Alright, we're coming up on the road. Roads usually have people on them. Listen very carefully for there being cues. Your playtime on Vampire Survivor would make the monetization assholes have a seizure. That's understandable. Okay, I see a target. He's out of range of my sidearm. I think he also started spotting us. That's my issue with doing day ops. You are very exposed, and the AI is very good at spotting you. Because unlike you, they don't need to pixel hunt. The fact that I'm using a very long scope is also probably using a lot of VRAM because it needs to render cells that it normally wouldn't have to. I'm gonna go back to base, so I'm gonna sell all this shit off. Take his money. Come on. I really like reading the cause of deaths. Brain destruction. Alright, we're coming up on Jefferson, but we need to be very deliberate on how we take him down. I'm definitely not going into the muck. Because remember, winning combat engagements is about creating the most advantages for yourself and depriving the enemy of his advantages. So if the advantages for the AI are the fact that they're able to pixel hunt me very efficiently, especially at range, and they have an advantage in numbers, that means I need to negate that advantage and place them at a range where they can't swarm me. Or preferably even know where I am. I'll let that guy walk out to some clearer ground here real quick. And take my shot. I'm not sure if there's one guy or multiple, but I definitely want to clean them out before I start blasting. Some quick 62 grain brain surgery. American healthcare at its finest. Okay, the stream is starting to chug a lot. and I don't like that. I'm about to start throwing hands, so I'm not gonna have any. I won't have none of that. Check my magazine. Okay, we're still good. Do I have angles? I do have angles. Guy's static. I want to make sure that I took everyone there before I prone out with my ass towards that hut. Now that I think about it, maybe I want to use the hut as a fire position. I don't remember how I did it last time. I will likely remake the model. I'll make a chibi model that's tacticooled out. Okay, I don't hear anyone yet. Tokarev. Clear the house. Alright. Absolutely no loot except for the cola. I'll take the cola. Okay. You know what? This is not a half-bad position to take Jefferson. You got some partial cover in case they start shooting. Let me see what we're working with here. I see one of them, but there's definitely like 4 or 5. You need to implement leaning on surfaces to stabilize your shots. It's one down. Probably prone out on this porch, actually. No? Okay, I'll just sit down. Not sure if I killed him or just startled him. Based on the shot placement and that definitely being concealment, not cover, I would probably guess that he's dead. So we have probably 2. So let's assume 3 more. I don't like the high-speed, low-drag playstyle. Three. Think it was wide, but also not sure. By wide, do you mean I missed him? We're just gonna tally up the bodies and see if that's true. Usually whenever you shoot at cover that they're taking, because this is not cover, like none of this is cover, this is concealment. So they're, okay, if you're right, there are going to be 2 bodies, if I'm right, there are going to be 3. I would really like to prone out, though. Usually, whenever you whiff shots near them, they start scuttling around, even if you're suppressed. Because they still hear the bullet impact, and they, bullets actually make a noise when they pass you in this game, which is very nice. The audio design is just top shelf. Okay, we may need to abandon our position and zoom in slightly. Oh, I'm always careful. I am taking 0 risks. Is that a 3 or 4 man outpost? I don't know. I'm assuming 5. I'm going to show you a good loot farming spot after this. That is a man-shaped target. Down. It's the beauty of green tip. You don't really need to tap heads. I just like doing that. They're going to bleed out eventually either way. Maricel, there you go. T1 outposts usually have 3 to 5 guards. There you go. We got, what, 1, possibly 3, and that was a 4. So, There's either one or two more bodies around there. Nope, that's not a body, that's just a shadow. How are you doing today? I found the best farming spot. Absolute easy money, requires a tiny bit of legwork, but you get a shit ton of Sabo slugs and a shit ton of 590s with those nice pistol grips. And some free armor, and like all you need is a good sniper rifle. Not even a sniper rifle, all you need is a good DMR. Alright, I see no movement, I'm gonna go try to get a new angle. Just need to quickly check that no one's gonna third party me, like that guy over there. I pulled the shot. As I was pressing my left click, I moved the mouse like a fucking amateur. I hate it here. That's entirely on me. I managed to produce an IRL issue while sniping in a video game. I overextended my fingers and fucked with my reticle by pulling the shot too early. Yeah, I just rushed the shot. I just let it rip. I believe the term for that is target panic. Oh, there's a checkpoint here. Is there stuff at this checkpoint? No? Well, then I don't want it. I guess check these nuts in your mouth. Okay, I don't see any movement around the outpost. I'm gonna start approaching. That little hunch area wad? Two dudes? I don't know what you're talking about. Some checkpoints have stuff, but generally it's not that good. The UNLRA or the LAAA checkpoints that I've hit so far were very good for stuff. My first shooting position. No. The first shooting position I got like 3 different guys, I think. I got one through the fence. One on the porch who's always stationed there. Admittedly, I did rush taking him, because he's always the most prominent point of interest. I can always encourage some movement by tossing a grenade. Not very stealthy, but, you know. Okay, I see the control panel. Do not see anything human-shaped. We might stick our nose into Midnight Sapphire today. I also found a cool new POI up north that netted me 2 SIG MC. Okay, we're getting unpleasant frame drops. Just to prevent myself from being randomly domed over nothing, we're gonna Shibafy myself. Oh. There we go. I need to put some kind of logic chain on that one. Whenever I change models, it should remove everything. But that's back-end production scuff. Please disregard. Alright, going in. The game is very good at teaching you caution, because the moment you become flippant, it will find a way to punish you. Oh, you were just taking the first spot by the road, making sure you weren't going to be surprised? I don't remember shit, especially about the starter town, so... my advice isn't worth a lot here. Marisale is going to be a better source of information than me about that. The cop screen, does the cop screen indicate whether or not they're NPCs? Is it red while there's still AI? Alright, let's check the number of bodies here real quick. So, shot through the throat, medium wound. Really? You didn't die to a shot from to the throat, but you died from a shot to the lungs? Okay, destroyed heart. Okay, let's check the bushes over here where I had an alleged blind shot. Where was that? There's the angle over here. That porch is dynamite. 3 down from 1 position alone. Nice. It is very good. I think I took those shots all the way from over there. Where the fuck did he... Not sure where I popped those shots. I'm not gonna look for that body. Fuck it. Take a quick drinky poo. Alright, we have one on the porch. This one is a clean headshot. Yep, destroyed brain. SKS, take the ammo. I need a locker expansion dearly. Using a carbine ACOG? Nice. See, I don't like taking difficult shots. That's why I have a 25 power scope. Some say skill issue. I say the real skill issue is being poor. Probably everything that I want to be rid of. Let's drink another Coke. I also this. And we sell everything to Banshee because I need to build rep. Because I need better 300 blackout. I need AP 300 blackout if such a thing even exists. Because I tried running the SIG and it's not great, especially not with subsonic ammo. Like, it's nice that the NPCs scuttle and don't know where the fuck you are, but at the same time, I'm playing a very bad guessing game with my shot placement. Binos? Nah. You do not get binos. I too would like to have binoculars, but we just don't get those. So you're gonna have to make do. Alright. We'll capture that. Let's check the map. Wildcat is also opened up. So we can try to go do that. At least a spotting monocle. You, sir, want a lot of things. We're expecting a PNG or something? No, no, no. The game runs fine with just the chibi model. I don't need to go PNG anymore. Let's see if I can take Wildcat. We're gonna go to... I'm gonna probably go back to base. I'm gonna go back to base, fly out to Bravo, just to save myself the time walking. This model doesn't have any transparency, it doesn't have any spring bones, it has less vertices, so it makes it a little bit better for video memory usage. You like the manly moe gap of this game on the chibi model? Why, thank you, I appreciate it. We need to tactical the chibi up. We need to give it a plate carrier. Did I sell off everything? Yes, I did. Okay. Your old model has a tactical setup, which, though it was very basic. I mean, all you need is a plate carrier. Yeah, I would say helmet and nods are already being extra. Most people just settle for a nice plate carrier. You cannot buy AP Blackout. That's only lootable from Tier 3 ammo boxes. You can buy CQ Blackout, which is comparable to Green Tip. Oh, okay, thank you. I could swear I had a bunch of 300... Not a bunch, I have like 60 rounds of AP 300 Blackout. But because, yeah, I don't have a source of it, I've been avoiding using it too much. Hersey, do you know if the point of impact on Subsonic 300 Blackout is actually shifted downward? Especially with like a short-barreled MCX, the 6-inch one? Because I felt like I was barely hitting anything. You get some with the supporter edition? I guess I'll need to buy that then. Well, again, I was originally intending to buy the whole thing eventually. I'm just trying to be financially responsible. So I got the one that gives you the MP7 that I don't use. Oh, here's a question, since you're knowledgeable. Where do I get a muzzle device to mount a suppressor onto the MP7? Or do I need a dedicated suppressor for the MP7? Because I have a Banshee, which I'm currently running on this 1911. But given that sidearms rarely get any traffic in my way of play, you know, it's not really doing a lot of work, so perhaps I'm better off just shifting it over to the MP7 instead. Please don't tell me the only way to get one is to level Vulture. I swear to God, I do not have the patience to do that. I really don't want to bother. Jefferson get? Nice. You know what? We could try doing the Fanny Pack route. Not the Fanny Pack, the Fanny Paradise route, the loot run. Since I do have the Fanny Paradise office key. You can get a suppressor, but you have to level Banshee, I see. And does it just go on the standard MP7 muzzle device? Alright. Let's drink another Coke. Does it give energy? It should. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. Let's toss that in here. We need some grenades from Gunny. Yeah, we need some grenades. Gunny. Oh, I'm gonna buy some of this. Buy some of this. Buy some of these. Thank you, sir. You don't know since you don't play MP7? I see. I'm not a big fan of the big magazines. I'm gonna probably shift over to the smaller ones because, like, it's giving me a lot of weight issues. Oh, not drop, not fuck, give me that back. Big means better. I mean, under normal circumstances, yes. Okay, so this is 40 kilos of weight versus... Where did it slap the big ones? Versus for... Okay, not a tremendous difference, actually. Never mind. I take that back. Oh, wait, no. Okay, these aren't loaded, but still. It's a bit of a difference, you know? Like, that weight's gonna add up, and I play mostly sniper, so I don't really need a lot of ammo. So I'm gonna stay on this one, keep the big ones there. Okay. Jefferson, get... This is a bit squirrely, especially with the checkpoint over here. Probably don't want to go all... I kind of want to take Spielberg, actually. And I don't remember if I have the keys to that. Where's the Fanny Paradise key? Fanny Paradise office key. Okay, so we needed to... I'm going to take it out of this key holder and put it into one of these, just so that I have it on me. I don't expect to get into big shit fights, but you never know. What's my best angle of approach here? Spielberg is on a hill. I kind of don't want to fight for it. People are taking Warden, that's good. I guess I can go through here and try to avoid trouble and try to get to Fanny Paradise there. Yeah. That still kind of feels like a night op. Maybe I should pivot over. People have not captured Westshire yet. I mean, we can try for Westshire, actually. I'm trying to think. It doesn't have very good angles. That's a lot of CQB. What can be taken during the day? In which region do I play? I play all over the place, like wherever. It depends on what I'm griefing at a given time. You know what? Let's go Sawmill. Let's pop into Sawmill to kill some time. I've been doing more stuff around Midnight Sapphire last time I played. He dropped a mag clipped into a tarp. Oh, you mean server region? Sorry about that. U.S. Central. Oh Lord, Marisay, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Let me roll down the volume here while I read out this mandatory disclaimer. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has just increased in length by an entirety of 3 inches, plus an additional inch for each subsequent sub in subscription tier. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. Sorry, I'm legally obliged to read out the full thing. I don't make the rules. Suddenly really tight. Yeah, I know, it has that effect. It's a very common issue for members of the Oni Dojo. They have to shop for their underwear a size up because they're always in danger of subscribing. All right, let's see if we can cheese Sawmill. Alright, the encoder is shitting itself, but not by a lot, and the game is not reciprocating, which is good. You know what? We could try to... let me see... We could try taking Crusader. Because Crusader is a little bit more exposed, there are more lines of sight to take pot shots at the AI. I don't know, I'll think about it. I heard shots. Hopefully that's not someone getting to my booty ahead of me. Did I take my Sawmill keys? I did take my Sawmill keys. Okay, good. Okay, I see warm bodies. Gradually assuming room temperature. We're gonna try to not take more than a couple of shots from one place, just because of that. Do I know the origin of the name? Oh, he accidentally ended up clipping another asshole at Reloe Memorial Bridge off of Jefferson. No, Marcy, please tell us, because I know very little about the lore of the naming of the game. I found some developer photos, but that's about it. First player death that was not developer occurred there. Oh, that's nice. Imagine being immortalized like that. Imagine having your death marker just forever installed into the game. Is that the boss? That is not the boss. Not the boss of anything anymore. Oh, someone's trying to take shots. We take some soft cover. You got clapped on the bridge. I would never play the game again. Nah, listen, you just gotta take it in stride. You treat it as a learning experience. Oh, you didn't get shot. Okay, okay. Now I'm getting good at these express lobotomies. Listen, everyone here gets clapped all of the time for worse reasons too. I got one tapped. I don't like the fact that that door's open. I mean, if the NPCs are here, the loot's probably going to be in place because... Does it respawn with the NPCs? I'm not sure. True but not immortalized. I don't know, I would kind of like it that if there was a Kuromaru bridge somewhere over here. Are those level 4 plates? I guess not. I really like the awareness of the NPCs. At least on Sawmill. On Blue Lagoon, the awareness is a little much. But here, it's perfectly fine. Like, they're taking realistic shots at where they assume I am. They're only able to ascertain my position after I've taken several shots from one position, which I'm really not supposed to do as a sniper. The Blue Lagoon NPCs are kind of fucking ridiculous. Maybe it had to do with the fact that I was on a full server, and they're especially angry because of that, but I did not enjoy the dueling the fucking SKS wizards over there. Like, I'm sorry, the SKS as a platform can't generate that kind of accuracy. Definitely not some Laotian hick in the middle of the Golden Triangle with just iron sights. Like, there is no way he can see me from 200 meters away and make accurate shots at me through irons. That's not happening. My suspension of disbelief is being strained to its limit there. You can get MP7 from level 2 suppressor from level 4. Thank you. Okay, I am leveling Banshee anyway. And I think I'm on level 3. So... Fortunately, he's easy to level, because he buys pretty much everything that isn't bags and armor. I'm gonna figure out who's taking shots at me. There are no warm bodies over there, at least not my faction. Usually if Mithras isn't around, no one else is as well. To be a contrarian dink and say maybe he's the Southeast Asian Alvin York. Yeah, all fucking 10 of them are. Like, there's a reason why people don't like going into the northmost part of the map, because the AI are military. Trained military with Mosins, with sniper Mosins. Like, it makes sense that they can grief you at range. It doesn't make sense that that guy can. I kid you not, I got domed while prone on the roof of one of the buildings. Like, he did not have more than like a solid 3 inches of visible space on me, and they still somehow made that fucking shot. Sorry, I'm calling bullshit. Immersion equals broken? Yeah, exactly. Like, I understand why you catch strays on the airfield. Because, you know, trained military all have Mosins with scopes. And even then, with this setup, I outrange them. Not only do they not see me at ranges where I'm able to pick them off, they can't even reliably hit me with a Mosin from the ranges that I can reach them from. Blue Lagoon? Nah, son. Unless you have hard cover in front of you, like a tree, you're getting domed. Like, the moment you breathe too loudly. Did I get him? Kind of blind fired that one. Yep, got him. Almost filled up your first container. Good for you, man. Wait, you have containers? I'm still saving up for a gun case. I blew my money on outfitting a Glock that I'm not using. Oh, by the way, Marcy, how do I get threaded Glock barrels? Do you know? Because I would really like one. Alright, we may need to go to lower ground. They're not coming out to play anymore, and if we drag our feet any longer, Banshee should have them? Okay, so it's just an issue of leveling Banshee. Okay, let's pull down a lower ground. I lost count of how many we shot. Not that counting them does anything. I know that there's an extra straggler over there. Because I saw him walk around. Oh, there you are. I'll take a body shot. Brother, this is a 62 grain green tip bullet. I don't need to hit you in the head. I just do it out of malice. Brother thinks that fucking level 2 plate is stopping something. Gunny used to have Glocks, but they switched into Banshee. Yeah, I noticed that. It's odd that they give you a starter set of Glocks, but then Gunny doesn't sell anything Glock. I guess it's fine. It sort of puts you in a place where you need to scavenge and you need to be aware. Do I have a 20-inch barrel up for the M4? Yes, this is a 20-inch barrel. Up. Up, 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 up. I see you, I see you, I see you. I didn't see you fast enough, though. But he'll pop out again. The truth is, in all this excitement, I forgot myself. Did I fire 6 shots or 8? I bought this, I bought the rifle that had this barrel off of Vulture. Let me incentivize the guy to do some running. Because I think that might have been the boss. Doesn't seem at all too impressed. $20 barrels are loot only. Gunny has some 18-inchers, but they're limited stock. Yeah. Well, that's why you always want to go Vulture. I am sorry, you are not the boss. Does the boss always spawn, or just for missions? I think I killed him outside of missions. Oh, there he is. That's not the boss. He had a regular tin can helmet. Okay, let's give it one more sweep. And we're gonna dip our toe in to hit the office room. Up. Up, 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 up. That's the boss. That's the boss. I see him. I see him with that level 3 helmet. Alright, let's give him a moment to bleed out, because I shot him dead in the dick. That one hurt just to watch. I did that on purpose. Alright. All I'm saying is, no one ever wears level 4 plates on their balls. So when in doubt, just shoot them in the dick. Wanted the slow-mo sniper elite castration. You can always file that as a feature request. Not how you get onto this. You need to go here. Oh, come on, you're getting winded already? I need to speed the fuck up. Heard someone talk, but they're far away. Not far enough away. Can I put that grenade away? Thank you. Got me in the plate. I know where you are. Fucking evil Uncle Roger looking ass. I need to find a clean soundbite of that line. I know where Ricky got it because she has access to the original soundbite from the game file. Why, thank you, Marisay. That is so helpful right now. I definitely don't need the use of my eyes. All right, are we? Oh, we're fine. Yeah, he just hit me in the plate. It's a good thing I'm wearing 3++ armor. Okay, so he had line of sight on me as I was near that container. Well, he did shoot me, Notary. I did catch one in the plate. Oh. Another high-speed castration coming right up. Son of a bitch. Not enough arm stamina. Ah, damn it, he slipped away. Motherfucker. He could feel his dick tingling. He could feel me tickle his nuts with my crosshair. Don't worry, man. Even I can't hit a target that small. I really don't like it when they don't go down with a headshot. I feel personally slighted by the game at those moments. NPC has acquired perk danger sense from source secondhand trauma. He heard the boss NPC bleed out from a genital shot. And they say that you can't transfer experience. Are these motherfuckers respawning? They're like fucking weeds. I'm done cleaning up one part of the base and there they are again. Free Spectre body armor. Check. Make sure that it has front and back plates. I've made that mistake before. You have anything to shoot that 45 with? Because 1911s aren't common until you reach Bonpa. Does? Okay then. What level are the plates? You have a 1911? Good for you, man. Never mind. Don't let me rain on your parade. I'm just a hater. I'm just swilling that good haterade. I'm gonna climb on those logs again. Because I never learn. Up, up, up. I don't want to use Ricky's unstuck button. 3A. 3A is okay. It's not... It's good for early game, you know what? Where did that bitch snipe me from? I'm enjoying the illuminated scopes. There's a funny bug with them that I'm not going to talk about. I'm gonna go find the boss. Yeah, oh! I think they started respawning.
Crusader is secured and fully under our control.
Love to see it. Let me quickly do something here. Where the fuck is the IR laser? God damn you. There it is. No, he did bleed out. That was just not the boss. No, that is the boss. No, that's not the boss. No, where is it? DSLR? Yep, that was the boss. Did it spawn another boss for me? I'll take all of this shit, and if I don't need it, I'll throw it out. Sorry, I want to check the damage map on that one real quick. I want to gloat. Boss is on a timer for a mission, I see. Yep, straight in the dick. Complete blood loss, you'll love to see it. Absolute testicular torsion. You Know that FUD lore about killing deers with, like, the concussive force of a 50? I did that to his balls. Although they were so small, a 62 grain 5.56 did the trick. Alright, it's getting light again. Let's put that away before it gets me into trouble. I think that's a duplicate, but I'll keep it just in case. I don't like the fact that this door is open, although NPCs can open doors sometimes. Oh, hell yeah, the loot room is still intact. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Close the door. Oh, M700, drop that shit right now. MP5, hell yeah, brother. We're gonna be so overloaded. I'm gonna probably toss out the fucking Archangel stock because who the fuck cares? Toss all this shit out. Phantom. Wait, isn't Phantom the best armor in the game? Marseille, what's your take on this? Is it or is it not? I am so severely overloaded. If anyone gets the drop on me, I am dead. I don't use the M700 because why bother with, you know, a strictly long-range rifle when I have my do-everything DMR? Crime stats... Boattail, green tip, hollow points, I'll take it. I will catch up with chat momentarily. Let me get clear of this place. I'm pulling up the 45 AP to guard my horde. You like using the M700 for diversity? I guess so. If you really want to Ranger LARP, you have to use the M700. Plate has Plate 6 has the best protection, but Phantom is superior because it weighs much less and you don't get as much bruises while using. Is it a ceramic plate? I'm gonna check one when I get on the bird, I guess. Phantom is ceramic, I see. Steel, okay. Weight 18 kilos. Weight 13 kilos. That makes sense, okay. Oh, this has side plates, too. Oh, this has side plates. Never mind. I got too excited there for a moment. Let's see. Some people are obviously about... Oh, they're already taking Crusader. Nice. People are cleaning out YBL. Right, let me quickly eat. Oh, it has the same sight that I'm running here. Nice. SLH suppressor. SLH 762. I wonder if that's... I wonder if that's better than the one I have on my SIG, because mine is a dedicated 300 blackout. That's hypothetically, at least in real life, it's a lower pressure. Wait, I called in a bird, but I didn't run up, and I forgot that I can't run. It's gonna be so awkward if he leaves without me. Listen, man, this shit is heavy. It's not gonna carry itself. Alright, what are we working with here? Ah, 26-inch barrel. I do have a dedicated suppressor for the M700. Look what's inside. Oh, nice. Black tip. You love to see it. Wait, 12 container slots. 12 container slots. Okay. So it's not less, it's just shaped differently. Another Banish suppressor. Nice. Not a fan of the Holosun. We're gonna take that off once we get to base. We're gonna replace that with the great and honorable EOTech ESP3. None of that Chinesian shit. Only the most primo optics here. AFG grip, good. Those are difficult to come by. Square MP5 rail. We love to see it. I am such a horrific hoarder. Low-cut amp helmet. Very good. I keep wearing my Blueberry one. What mounting adapter was removed from the game again? I don't know. I don't know that that's a thing. Marisay, what say you? Oh no, the game done. Okay, good. The game unchugged itself. That was unfortunate. Has very good pen, goes through everything with 26-inch barrel and M80A1. And the M61, the best armor. Let's not get squished by the chopper there. Frames were a little chuggy there. Alright, let's go inside so that at least it's not as loud. It's my only gripe with base camp is that the fucking choppers overhead are just constant. Alright. Let's see. DSLR goes here. Even at 350 meters? I've not really struggled for penetration with the 5.56. Like, I can't say that I've ever been just robbed of a kill I should have had. Just because, you know, I was very far away. Oh, quit making that awful noise. What is this? That's an SVD site, right? Static 4 mag, I don't care. Crime intel. We sell those as well. Yummy black tip. That sounded bad out of context. Boat tail hollow points, don't need any of those.
He's all smiles, but I don't trust him.
IR module.
If you ask me, he doesn't give a shit about us.
Fuck, I guess I need to sell the M2 because it's a worse plate than that one. I am running out of room. This is not great. If enemies have 3+ armor, the green tip will struggle at that distance. Ah, I see. There are enemies with 3+ armor. That's unsettling news. Okay, I have this suppressor here, actually, and I can compare that to the SLH1 real quick. Accuracy modifier +8, weapons handling. This is a better suppressor. Does it go on the same mount? It does not. Okay, that's a problem.
I'm not sure what to think about that.
Vendors, gunny.
If you ask me, he doesn't give a shit about us.
Oh, okay. No muzzle device will accept it though. That's a problem. Ah, nice, easy $1 grand of money. That's a bit of a kerfuffle. Damn it. Let me check my MCX real quick. Which one do I currently run? This the one that I decided to run? No, this one doesn't have a suppressor. This is a spare. Okay, so this is the M700 I currently have. Picatinny rail. Suppressed 20-inch barrel. I don't like that it doesn't indicate what level of noise suppression it achieves. But not at all distances. I see. I think I have some black tip. I'm not sure. The M14, the 1.5 by 28 can no longer be attached. Okay. Doesn't really do anything for me, but... let's compare... So you're saying you're in possession of an artifact. I guess so. Don't take it off. Oh, there it is. There's a SIG MCX. What am I running on this one? SLH 300. As opposed to SLH 762. Okay, so this is better suited for what I'm trying to do here. Muzzle device efficiency, loudness reduction, more. Okay, so we're gonna keep the MCX unmolested. 3-prong flash hider. Can I hypothetically... Second, does this also have a 3-prong flash hider? This does. Does 26 barrel is much better MOA than the 20 suppressed? Okay, I see. I thought I really had something with the 20 suppressed there. Not compatible device with the 3-prong. Item not compatible. Designed for 5.56 6-hour rifles. Really? What does the Desert Tech suppressor go on? Does it just go on the barrel, or like how does this one work? It looks like it's a direct thread. So does it need no muzzle device at all? It can't be that it works like that, right? Oh, never mind. It just goes on without a muzzle device. I am stupid. Okay, I have no use for this, but I will keep it. Okay, let me keep this one intact, and I'll just sell off the extra M700 I have, because I don't need it. Let me just make sure that it's unloaded. Vendors, Banshee, there you go.
If I knew how fucked up it would be, I would have stayed now.
But the extra 6 inches in knee do help, yeah. I guess if I want to really go hunting for hard military targets. Alright, let me stow... That's the sawmill office key, right? I already have that. Yes. Where's my duplicate key holder? No, this is Midnight Sapphire. NT Doc YBL. Along Airbase. Which one of these is the duplicate one? Or do you just have those loose? These are the sawmill keys. Okay, I'll just leave it loose for now. Let me load up on some grenades, actually. Place those over here. I need to I need to make room for the phantom plate. 3+, 9 slots. 3+, 12 slots. I really like the RPC. Like, I like the way it looks, but okay, let me actually compare this to whatever we got there. This goes over here. So this is an MP5 SD. And this one I already pimped out quite significantly. Do I really need to hold on to anything here? I think I'll just probably strip this. I'll strip off the Banshee suppressor. You know what? I'll just fucking sell everything else. Yeah, I don't need another MP5. I have like 4. Vendors, Banshee. Okay, another easy grab. Damn, this is a very productive run so far. And we have another suppressor for a 1911 if we need one. RPC is viable from Handshake. Limited stock, but almost never sold out. Okay, I guess I'm just a second. Let me move everything over here that I'm storing inside. It is better for storage, though. Move that over here. I'm not shaking Handshake's hand enough for him to sell me RPCs yet, but I do need the extra space. Move some more shit over here. Some unloaded, unused magazines. You're full? You're full. Let's store another grip here. Alright, now there is room.
Starting to wonder if the money is worth the risks here. This entire op's a fucking shit show.
Stow the belly aching. I have a lot of excess shit. Marcy, what's your take on the Razor 126 versus the EOTech 126? Is one better than the other? I can't check the level 4. Whenever doing task that requires choosing for him, have over 10k rep after finishing all tasks. Nice. I usually prefer Handshake for most of my tasks because I would like to have access to some of the nicer things he sells. Are we out of bandage? We are out of bandage. Just a second. Bandages. Let's sell off all of the tourniquets that are not 4 out of 4s.
I don't think it was man-made.
Keep that over here. We can store more Ibelin over here. We can store some fentanyl over here. But yeah, is there a material difference between the Voodoo 126 and the Vortex 126? Let me show you. Let me show you the Razor 126, and this is the Voodoo 126, the EOTech. Ah, okay, so the weapons handling is like a decimal apart, but like personally, IRL. Oh, you don't see the other one, okay. Personally, just a, you know, IRL preference, I always go EOTech because they don't make stuff in China. But they seem to be, like, functionally identical. Like, unless you're trying to shave off your weapons handling deboosts, I guess. Alright, it's getting dark enough. We're gonna try to take that base camp by my favorite camping spot. So we're gonna eat. Take this water. It has way better visibility with its crosshair. Apart from that, they're not that different. I see. I should probably sell off some of them. I know for a fact that I am definitely hoarding some extra equipment. Like, that's not even a question. For one, I really don't need 3 MCXs, especially since I kind of swore off the short-barreled one because it's not doing great at my typical engagement ranges. Probably want to just take the stock off of it. The folding stock is kind of cool. 6% recoil mitigation compared to the folder, 4% better weapons handling though. What was this one? No. All of the options, I picked the wrong bag. What does the collapsible stock give us? M-lock. Why is this here not here? Okay. Upper, I'm not seeing the others. Telescoping stock. 4% recoil mitigation. Is the folder technically better? IRL, I prefer the telescoping one, but you know what, we're going off of stats, and it does seem that that is better. You get an M4 stock for the MCX, most of the time the Daniel defense part, best stat-wise. I would need to pick this one, right? Because this one has, nope. I don't think I can take this part off. So I'm gonna need an adapter for it. I need a pick rail adapter for it. Take large quantities of explosives and go full megami on everything you see. Explosives are expensive. They make a shit ton of noise. I think I'm gonna install the side folder on this one. That would not go well, yeah. Yeah, it's the same recoil mitigation, but that one has better handling. So, as much as I love the telescoping stock, we're gonna go with the side folder. One day I will make the MCX work. Explosives are explosive, we live in a society. It's not that they're explosive, it's that they're loud. You know, in a game where being spotted by an overwhelming enemy force isn't exactly conducive to your longevity. I'll take a can of tuna with me. Claymores when? Oh god. No, Terry, monkey paw is gonna curl on that one, because you're not gonna be the one placing those damn claymores. Be very careful what you wish for. Use the MCX 16-inch barrel for quite some time, works fine even at distance. See, I tried the 6-inch, and I don't know if it was the subsonic ammo or if it was the 6-inch barrel, but first of all, I couldn't tell if I was even hitting anything, and the fucking NPCs just would not die until I emptied an entire magazine into them, unless I scored a clean headshot, which I couldn't do because I couldn't confirm my bullet drop. I am arguably the biggest MCX fanboy out there, but even I had to take a moment to really, you know, question my life decisions there. Okay, let me try to play a little bit of matching some shapes there because I got some excess equipment floating around now. I really don't want to sell stuff because I want to hoard equipment. Okay, let's carry one more grenade with me. Subsonic ammo is the worst in the game, and the short barrel is adding to that questionable performance. Yeah, I switched over to a 9-inch MCX because of that, because it was not doing good. Sort items, pack items. Oh no, it's not helping. It's not getting any better. Put that here. Put that over here. I think the rifle should fit now. Yeah, it fits now. Okay. Our Night Ops rifle out. Where are my big magazines? Big magazine 1, big magazine 2. So what is the optimal ammo to run on an MCX? Is it VMAX or is it or do I just need to farm the AP? You can find long barrel MCX's military firearms crate. They are heavily modded and perform very well. I see. Okay, well I guess I'm gonna need to hunt for those long barreled MCXs. Where did there's one I found in Scarlet Chalet over here. I found 2 no, that's not. Just a second, I'm blanking. I have spatial cretinism. Explosion! Sunset Chalet, yeah. I found 2 MCXs here, question mark? I think 2, yeah. Oh, someone already took Westor. Fuck. I over-prepared. Well, okay then. Then we get to take Steinbeck. I'm not mad. And we get to hit Fanny Paradise. You know what? Actual W. Let's go and hit Fanny Paradise. It's late at night, we have our nods on, we are ready to party. We got our fancy new thermals, we're about to go out there and take some names. What better way to party in the dark than to hit a strip club, am I right?
Raven dispatched. Moving to base camp.
CQ works well as well, but that's $11 a bullet at Banshees. You have over 600,000, so you're not short on money. Damn. Running 300 Blackout in this game is pretty much as expensive as it is in real life. That feels so real. Thank you, game. I feel seen. 300 Blackout sucks. Running is your primary. You can get 5.56 for as low as like 30 cents a round. Meanwhile, 300 Blackout goes like it's gonna be 50 cents a round for Full Metal Jacket if you're lucky to find it on sale, and you better pray to God that's not some bubba up home reload. VMAX is bad as well for armored targets. Against unarmored targets, one of the best. Yeah, that checks out because VMAX is a polymer tip projectile. That's actually the armor that I have stacked for my home defense setup. My MCX is staged with VMAX ammunition so that it doesn't overpen the walls. I actually should be scoping out the road here. Oh, Fanny Paradise is on the other end. I can't see the road. Alright, we can at the very least try to ascertain whether or not there's anything to kill on our way there. Which there probably is. You know what? I should have probably... Oh, here's another question, Marose. If I don't use subsonic ammo, technically it still produces a supersonic crack when fired. So, does it, are the NPCs able to sort of triangulate your location from that like they do with 5.56? If you use VMAX or the, that other ammo type that you brought up, the CQ, I think. Oh, my marker is completely off. Why did I place a marker there? We're going to Fanny Paradise. Name is never not going to be funny. There are usually patrols on the road. We look both ways before crossing. And then we don't cross. Keep them guessing. It's not quite dark enough for the NPCs to just, you know, stumble and not be able to see us at all. So we need to be weary of patrols. Nearby cops are taken, right? Oh no, Arsenal's still not taken. Because one of the things I did enjoy with VMAX, or not with VMAX, with Subsonics, is that the AI is absolutely clueless as to where you are. Like, they just do not understand where you're at. The NPCs hear the bullets going supersonic, but the range is not as big as the unsuppressed shot. So, okay, so the VMAX will perform, for the purposes of stealth, VMAX performs the same as 5.56 or other, you know, supersonic rounds. As in, they're going to hear the crack, and they're going to come looking. He looked like he had body armor. Dare I dip in to search his pockets, or should I be focused? I would prefer to not loot while I know there are people out there looking for me. Have decent range, even players will not hear suppressed subsonic shots. That's lovely. I can't wait. I can't wait until we can get cans without having to jump through NFA loops. Like, I refuse to go through the NFA process on principle, because it's none of the Fed's fucking business what I buy and when. I'm definitely not going through the fucking Form 4 process. So now, once the hammer drops, I am getting myself a suppressor for the MCX. Still gonna run supersonics, just because I want that additional temporary cavity from the pressure. Oh, I actually need to test, because I found the Glock had a glitch to it, so I need to, once I'm back at base, I'm gonna test that out. Okay, hopefully Fanny Paradise is still intact. Don't think anyone is in the field. Nice and dark, just like it. Okay, I see a patrol. You do not want to visit me at night without a warning, although you don't do things like that anyway. It's rude to visit people at night without a warning. It's very inconsiderate. I'm gonna edge myself a little bit closer just to make sure that I can get that clean headshot. I want to clean out the patrol before I go making noise. Get some cover. Someone wanted to talk to you while you were having a night walk. His knife was pretty threatening, but the steel boot in his balls convinced him to rethink his life choices. That will happen. That will happen. Need to buy me some of those Japanese workman's boots. Steel-tipped, very comfy. I'm gonna crouch down over here in this very dense shadow. Check to make sure that nobody heard that. Whoa, someone heard that. We're gonna go grab some cover. Someone wasn't pleased with that. I love how they squeeze off shots at the... Motherfucker! What the fuck? Respawn at Warden. How the fuck did he even see me? I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Oh, get the fuck out. Just a second. Son of a fucking cocksucker. Vendor, come on, man. I don't have all day. Rhino. I'm gonna find you, bitch, and I'm gonna kill you dead so hard you're not going to reincarnate. I have a helmet, that's fine. Put this on your head, put this on. Alright, I died right by Fanny Paradise, right over here. No, right over here, actually. That'll do. Let's get some more ammo real quick. I am fuming right now. Fucking cocksucker. You know what? No, never mind. We're gonna go... No, we're not gonna go with the big rifle. We're just gonna go with the MP7 or with the MP5. That's fine. That's enough. Son of a fucking... I'll get you, motherfucker. Let's go around the pond here. Did I not have side plates? Like, how the fuck did that happen? Is this the motherfucker that killed me? Outside Fanny, there are about 5 to 8 NPCs. I think I just got third-partied, like, damn. Because I was behind cover, so no one at Fanny Paradise would have had an angle on me. Just focus on recovering our gear. Circle around. Sometimes those flip-flops hide in the fields. Yeah. Destroyed heart from front left rather. That makes absolutely no sense. We're gonna pedal back to Warden real quick because I need to drop off my gear. Right above the plate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's the downside of swimmer's cut, I guess. Defeated male leaves. The night is still young. We can scratch more of these motherfuckers. So someone legitimately fucking third-partied me through the plate from an awkward angle as I was peeking out. Like, this whole area around Blue Lagoon is kind of overtuned. The NPCs make shots that they should not be qualified to make. Definitely not salty at all. It does make a case for probably wanting to invest a little bit into using my sidearm a little bit more prolifically, because that's a 45 armor-piercing slug, and 45 is always subsonic because the slug is so heavy. Blue Lagoon is definitely overtuned. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that as is. You know what? That's gonna be my backups so that I don't have to rebuy it every time. I'll leave the MP5 here. Give some space. There we go. Alright, back in action, back in the saddle. Especially at night, it's a nightmare. Even seasoned veterans regularly get killed there. I tried cheesing it with sniping, and the bots are better at cheesing me at sniping. That's very annoying. Because what I did, I'll show you on the map, I found a way to go all the way over here in the cover of the woods, you would think. I didn't die, but I was clipped by a fucking SKS round. Standing over here with all of the NPCs being, like, around here-ish. Too many bushes for sniping. Not even that. Like, realistically, this is, like, roughly 180, 200 meter distance between where I was over here, with dense foliage and whatnot, from any of the places where the SKS guys were. They are not supposed to even engage me at that range. Right, we're gonna go around, we're gonna follow this road and go in from the fields. There are 2 NPCs who patrol the forest there. I am aware, but they don't go all the way to the mountain. The NPCs stay near the wall. Persistent little bitch, aren't you? They just refuse to die. Yeah, I think I'm 2 levels away from getting more storage space, or, you know, from... Alternatively, I could just buy the bigger supporter pack. You see how I stealthily throw through those grenades? Taking your gun and your fucking lunch money, nerd. Maybe this is something that I should better... Not the lunch money. Maybe this is a place that I should probably try to attempt it in the day, rather than at night. I always assume that CQB is better at night. Just because, you know, I have the advantage of better nighttime visibility and whatnot. Being able to open windows from the outside would be clutch. Yeah, I did that to one of the NPCs. My first kill in this... No, not the first kill, but one of the first kills I got in this game was a knife kill. No one around here, so they're inside. Trying not to make a lot of noise. Device holds true if they don't have full auto, then it gets really hard. Yeah. They also started reflexively squeezing off rounds. What the fuck? Better turn my nods off. That's from the ambush convoy further up north. I see. Nice chunk of change. No jewelry this time, but you know what? 1,200 bucks isn't bad. Definitely not bad. Someone's there. I think I got him. I know I heard someone. To find the office real quick. Nope. Told you I wasn't a player. That's why you pie the room first, dipshit. Thinks he can just pop out at me like that. Oh, that door was open. That's unfortunate. Oh god, I love this game so much. Damn, you're getting old? Nah, you're good. You just play on PvP servers like an adult, not like me. How many mags? That's, yes. Anything that's above 30 is still a full mag. That's the shitter. Alright, if this is a locked room, then no one's gonna be in here. Medical bags, splints, we take those. Sure, as long as I don't have anything better to take. Do not play PvP, your eyes and reaction times are too bad for that. Fair enough. Oh, okay. Take a look here. Eight 2928503. Oh wait, 82. $92. 85. Oh, 3. Huh? Did I fuck up recording that? 82. Oh shit, that's a 32. Alright, let's try that again. 82. 32. 85. Oh, 3. Here you go. Empty. Fantastic. Alright, check ammo. Prepare to exfil. So it was a good run. Very stressful. Lots of work. Lovely ligament accommodations he's got there. Surely nothing untoward has ever happened here. Where does this open into, I wonder? Surely not just outside. Oh, I don't want to go through here. This is an exit that I did not clear. I think snake wine can spawn here. No, just coffee. Muy stressful. Take the chalky bar just because I can. Alright, we can pick up the pace. Ooh, that was fun. Nothing bad ever happened on that island? No tourists were shot and eaten for money by the rich tourists? Well, not here. That happens in Hunter's Paradise. I also didn't know that until you spoiled it, but you know what? That's also cool. That is a cool story twist. Right, I guess it's time for me to show you the real high-tier loot spawn to farm money. I think I picked all these guys clean by now. Okay, let's pop back into Warden to drop off our excess equipment. Story not 100% readable anymore since they changed some of the tasks. Ah, that's a shame. It's a nice angle. From what I'm getting in, you know, just circumstantial evidence here, is that this entire place used to be a resort destination, like one of the nicer islands in Thailand. And the places where you have the PMC bases, those are essentially... I don't really need this backpack. I'm probably just gonna sell it off. Not that I have any room for it anyway. Sell this off to... excuse me. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna just move everything over here. Sell this because it's like a single bandage. Jacket, hollow point 45. Vendors. It is its own country? Really? Did I not move everything? Okay, we're at a bit of a stalemate here. Let me quickly do some... I wouldn't say it's math, but it's some... Let's move that over here. Consolidate that over here. Why did I even take this goddamn backpack? It's not like I needed it. Oh, that doesn't fit here. This fits here. Now we can sell it to Handshake. For a paltry 80 bucks. There we go. Those over here. God, I have no room for anything. The story is a bit wild. It was a British colony after that dictator happened, and China and the Soviet Union supported its military. After the fall of the Soviets, the son of the dictator wanted to make more money without relying on foreign military power. It's not a bad plan on paper. Googs. This needs to be reorganized. Okay, sort. There's no fucking room. It's ridiculous. All right, let me do this real quick. Banshee, take the AK. There's the other thing I wanted to sell you, the handguard. Trade. I need to sell some shit. This is getting ridiculous. Take off the rhino mount. Sorry about that. While still using leftover Soviet assets in the mainland to maintain absolute control. Maiden Island is a tourist resort with heavy emphasis on the rich side of tourists. I mean, it's a good market, you know. These people pay through the nose. So, the idea was definitely good. And then something happened. Well, we don't know what happened, but something happened, so. The guy seems to have had a pretty okay idea. Would have been a discount Singapore. For some reason, you're immediately reminded of those Russian pirate shooting tourists when they get expensive-looking yachts sail in pirate-infested waters while carrying a fuck ton of guns waiting for someone to bite. That sounds like a Darwin Award waiting to happen. Kids, don't do dumb stuff. No. I have way too much shit. Entirely too much shit. Oh, SVD magazines, okay. That one we're also selling, the luxury watch we're also selling. I have more than enough SVD ammo, more than but I'm gonna sell off more of those fucking SVD magazines, because I definitely don't need the 10 rounders. No, we're gonna sell off one more SVD magazine. Vendor, Banshee. There we go. Bit of a Darwin Award for both sides, really. Rich Russians for getting shot by pirates, pirates for getting shot by rich Russians. Well, see, for the pirates, it's at the very least a known occupational hazard. Alright, let's test whether or not the glitch that I experienced with my... Oh, stop that lip-smacking noise, you disgusting animal. No, that's also for sale. Okay, let's see if the Glock still performs funny. Okay, that's the laser. Laser works as intended. Flashlight. It's still... Okay, we're gonna... You need to submit a support ticket about that one. That site, that flashlight's a little bit misaligned. Once I get a threaded barrel, I'm shifting over to the Glock. The Glock is objectively the superior sidearm. Okay. Oh, I had a 30 rounder on me, really? I did not oh, because it's because I didn't have it on me. That's it, that's the ticket. That's because I had the wrong rifle equipped. God, and it fucked all of my spacing again. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna stow the was gonna stow the precision rifle here instead of the MP5. There we go. We're gonna put that back here. I have entirely way too much shit. It's getting ridiculous. Where's my money fanny pack? Alright, we're back to how we were supposed to be. Let's unload. You need brisk top up here. Oh, that's a different ammo type, never mind. Okay, slap these in here, that goes here. Okay, we're good, we're good. Let's go and finally explore that farming location that I wanted, because it's night. Actually, you can do that at any time of day. It's not sensitive to when you do it. I just want to see if there's a major cop I can still try to capture and get the loot. Seems to be mostly captured. Yeah, all of the major ones are already taken. Ah, that's a shame. Well, it's my fault for dragging my feet, so... Nope, Spellberg is still up. Want to try Spellberg. I kind of want to try Spellberg. How do we feel about that? I feel like we should aspire for more. I say as I'm probably going to get shot. It's about the same trek to go to an LZ and try to fly there. Ah, it's almost 4 a.m. Never mind. By the time we get there, it's going to be broad daylight. Since we are going to a cop, we will be able to sell off any excess loot we find. So we may want to go long range on this one and bring a little bit of support. So we're going to take 2 magazines, and we're going to take an MP5 as a sidearm. One extra magazine. You know, let's buy some of these. It will be funny. It's $2 grand, that's fine. I'll just sell off all of my other ammo. Alright, let's buy this. Let's sell all of the hollow points. Oh, I already bought some last time. Okay, I forgot about that. We don't have any more hollow points to sell. Okay. $50, you cheap bastard. Alright. Unload. 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 Someone's about to get a dicking. Let's move that over here. All right, we're good to go. Most of the time, those pirates don't expect much. The Somali pirates who attacked the military support vessel got blown out. Definitely needed a nomination. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Digby. They obviously, at the very least, should be able to see the escort vehicle, right? Like, you see that there's a military cruiser right by that trader vessel that you want. Like, do the math. I need to sit up in my chair. That looks like our mark. Alright, these guys are still dead. Not really seeing anything in the fields there. Let me see if I can't scope out some targets. I'm gonna see what the approach is like, and if it's really squirrely. Alright, we're going to slump over into the patio over here just to reduce my signature. Saw another guy there. Come on, I'm gonna shoot you in the dick as well. Okay, I lied. I'm gonna shoot him in the heart. Some opportunistic long-range sniping. You love to see it. It is still fairly dark. I still need nods, but can't shoot through them. The the Dick Butcher. Yeah, I shot that guy center mass. One of them did. Whoa! What the fuck? Jesus fuck, Marseille, you scared me with that one. I legit thought I got shot. No dick is safe. True. See, this is a lot scarier than that I know where you are prompt. Because your logical brain can at the very least, you know, gauge the cadence and the volume at which you're hearing it. The flashbang, that's a visceral response. Let me actually... No, I'm not going to shift over to the MP5, that's fine. I guess we're gonna test out the Dick Butcher rounds on the MP5 there. There's a landing zone northeast of Spielberg. Northeast, you say, over here? In the fields? Okay, let's maybe hit that first. I'm gonna stay on the road so that I have a clear view of any patrols that I may have to pick off. Persistent little bitch, just die already. See, that is an accuracy of the SKS that I can believe in. I'm not gonna take the cash. I'm not gonna take anything else. Alright. I don't want to cut around this lake. I'm very bad at unlocking LZs. I try to be a little bit better at it. And it's a lot of legwork, and I like having my ass taxied back and forth instead of just walking around and unlocking them. Let me crank my audio up. Okay, so the layout of that building is very similar to Scarlet Chalet. So I am assuming that building, November 1. Okay, is that the one that I'm supposed to find? This looks like a potential POI, and also looks like it can potentially have a Sunset Chalet, not Scarlet. Oh yeah, that's true. But I think the building prefab is the same. So I'm going to assume it's the same. Okay, that is the same. The layout looked similar, so we're going to see if I can pick off as many bobbleheads as I can in advance. That's the same base model, I see. It's interesting that Spielberg isn't a cop, although then again there is a cop right nearby, and I guess the density would be a little bit too high. I do like the fact that it's, you know, nice and up on a hill. Oh, okay, so now I get it. Yeah, because it would be a problem in a PvP if it was a cop. You could lock down and you could use it to sniper grief people. I would really like to see a divergence between PvP and PvE. Because we are deprived of so many nice things because they wouldn't work in PvP. Like the clip-on thermals for long-range sights, we don't get because of PvP balancing. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more this looks like a nighttime range, and I'm asking for trouble here. Sunset is a nice spot. If render distance for more than 400 meters for enemies, you could snipe the entrance of Midnight Hotel from there. Huh. I did get that as an idea at one point. I think every time I bring up my scope, I'm overloading the VRAM. Not really seeing a lot of movement, but still worth checking out. Bendy roads are also a hazard. There's a footpath over here. Okay, looks clear. Alright. Check the civilian chest. Water, tea. Ibelin. Let me just drink their water, I guess. I'm more cautious than you are. You're running in most times, mow down enemies with precision short burst. $11 per shot per bullet is continued. Yeah, oh, see, I'm not. My reaction times are not great. I'm generally not great at first person shooter games, especially ones that, you know, have this tactical tinge to them where shot placement is an important component. So I unfortunately have to peasant my way through doing the tactical LARP. That is an interesting angle. Let's see if I can get some heads to pop. Oh, I see one. Oh, I see a head. I see a head to pop. Let's get out of the rain. So there's a patrolling guard there. I see a guy upstairs. We're gonna drop him to make sure that he's not able to do any Overwatch. Your advantage is that you know how many NPC spots approach an angle most can't shoot you. Well, that's smart. That's smart. I lack the specific game knowledge to get away with that. Can I... Can I prone out here? I guess not. Can I? Ah, you know what? Good enough for government work. Yeah, there are no other windows I can use, and I don't have a clear angle on the guy patrolling around the bend. You do have, oh, more than 200 hours in 3.0 alone. Oh. I kneel. Like I'm physically crouched down. Alright, let's keep looking. I've only started playing in 3.0, and I'm having a ton of fun. I will be very salty during the wipe when I lose all of my nice shit. I will be physically unwell. Oh, to be fair, I'm still running the same M4 I got on spawn. I don't think he's coming back. Okay, let's check the map. This is a very clear and very obvious approach. This is the proper road, so there are possibly going to be people over there. Well, let's go for it. So when I took Sunset, I had I did that with my M4. So I had no long-range capability. 3.0 was a huge step over 2.0. We were excited for 4.0. It's going to be a huge lore update. Lore is great. If they further optimize the VRAM usage, that's going to be even better. Aha. What is this? Hidden Field 3 hotkey. I don't know what a Field 3 hut is. We're about to find out. Okay, there is no way up. I have to go here. Every fiber of my being is screaming that this is not what I'm supposed to do solo. Someone threw a grenade? You damn bastard! Where is the village hut? If you tell me, I can go look and be there in spirit for you. I will think of you fondly as I take all of the loot. This man did not do his mewing reps. If he did, he would have just deflected the bullet off of his gigantic chin. Hidden Poppy Field 3 is directly south of Ground Zero outside of Red Zone. This? Okay, will do. Thank you. I will probably forget the moment I look away. If it's a hidden poppy field, then there are enemies there, right? Five enemies, thank you. See, I maintain that if I am a tier 1 operator, I should also benefit from having at least some intel on the spots that I'm going into. That's why I'm not beyond looking up certain information about spots that I go to. 2 on the left, 2 on the right, road towards it. I see. How many enemies are in this cop? I think, what, I killed 2 and I saw 3. So larger cops, I assume, are occupied by a larger force. So is it going to be, what, like 5 to 7 or 5 to 10? Motherfucker. At least 4 more. They do have the high ground, yes, that's why I'm being overcautious. Just heard someone talk. I don't think they spotted me. So 4 more in addition to the ones I've already killed, or 4 more to the ones that I've already seen? So I need to find a third, and that takes it up to a total of 7, right? They're behind the big rocks. That's fantastic. Thank you, I hate it. Can I not climb the big rock? That's upsetting. Visibility is also kind of shit because it's rainy. Four more to the ones I have seen. Gotcha. So total 7. Visibility is not great. It's very dark. Okay, I see a hut over there. If I get any closer while staying in plain view, someone's gonna snipe me. I could throw a grenade to rattle them a little bit. That's not the thing they say when they see you, right? That's just the thing that's just their idle call out. They're in the trees, Private. They're in the trees. They know I'm there, they don't know where I am. Well, okay then. That worked out pretty okay. Yeet! Probably shouldn't be looking at my own grenade actively exploding. That feels unsafe to do. Got 2 more grenades left. Oh, also got a lot brighter. Thank you. Alright, so we have, what, 3 down, possibly 4 more to go? Yeah, it's got... I don't know if it shows you, but, like, the visibility on my end is way better now. Once the rain has stopped. Thank you, Marseille. I didn't need those eyes anyway. Okay, we're definitely not at sniping distance anymore. I'm shifting over to the MP5. We're at Sterngewehr distance here. Okay, those are the bungalows. I wanted to climb that rock, but I guess what? Oh, Sterngewehr, it's the STG-44, the first assault rifle ever made. It's high cyclical rate machine gun specifically used for storming action. I'll shift over real quick to just have a quick sneak peek. Sound like a very butcher German? Why, thank you. I make sure to always butcher Germans. I think I killed him. That's a new death scream. I haven't seen that one yet. Alright, we're at 4 kills, so 3 more warm bodies to go. Definitely one's down the stairs. You mean down the main approach from the road? Or first floor? Okay, let's approach slowly but carefully. Pull back, pull back, pull back. At the building, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Let's fall back real quick to get some natural points of cover. Don't like staying on the low ground, but that's where I have the most cover available. Yeah, that sounds like they saw me. God damn it, my kingdom for an ACOG. The bushes are sketch as hell. Okay, I know I hurt him, but I'm pretty sure I haven't killed him. Let's pull back. This is armor-piercing 9mm, but it's also 9mm. Now I'll get my back against the wall. Now is really not... Whoa, that sounded like 545. I'm not getting hit by that. We're running downhill to get some cover. Alright, he doesn't know where I am. He doesn't seem to be hurt enough to not move around. Now he's hurt enough. Fall back. A Deopiter. That's a very cute Pokemon. Oh, really? Okay. I'm gonna pull back there. Aha! I think that's coming from the balcony. Quickly eat. Quickly drink. I heard single shots being fired. I hope that's not reinforcements. I sure as hell hope that's not a different faction. I heard someone run on deck floors. Someone was running on a wooden floor. I'm completely out of grenades, I am. They really need to solve the rock clambering, because the way it's currently set up, it's very, very janky. Yeah, I definitely want to hug the wall here. Making incremental progress. I'm gonna peek around that corner, see if there's anything I can shoot. Okay, looks clear. Would have rushed it like crazy, might die, but that's the price I'm willing to pay. Listen, you do you. I play solo, and I play like an overcautious, scared bitch. That's just the way it is. Definitely hear someone walking.
Come on, pussy. You scared?
Good thing they can't wallbang. Sounds very close. I would bet first floor. Oh, that's very sketchy. Glass, bad reflections. Okay, yeah, he's on the second floor. I see him. Eat a dick. Hell yeah, where's the fucking thing to capture the cop? Where's the thing to capture the cop? Where's the damn thing to capture the cop? Marseille, where's the control panel? First floor? I don't see it. Am I blind? There it is. I am blind. Hell yeah, we're capturing a cop. Fuck yeah, boy.
Spielberg is under our control.
Ah, nice. This is all mine. Oh, nice. An RPC and a mask. The loot's kind of meh, but yeah, I'll take it. Is there not a weapons crate? There. Let me see. Let me check upstairs. There has to be a weapons crate somewhere. Is that the only weapons crate here? That kind of sucks. Only one type of crate? I see. Well, let me check the bodies at the very least. Mildly disappointing, but you know what, I'll take it. That was a cool experience at the very least, you know, soloing a major cop. I like playing stealth. I find a lot of enjoyment in doing so. Alright, we are probably going to, let's sell this. Vendor, Banshee. Someone's having a shootout there. Let's move that over here. No, actually, let's not move that over here. Let's this here, this here, this goes here, this goes here. Hold this up here. Go here. Ugh. God, my fucking shoulders are stiff. Have weapon crates, I see. Yeah, I usually check the weapon crates just because, first of all, the loot respawns, and a lot of the time, people forget to check them. Winchester, not Westchester, I see. take this just to sell it. Alright. That was pretty okay, if I do say so myself. People farm the cop crates all the time. I mean, it's there. It's, you know, nobody's taking it, so I will. Alright. How do we feel about doing some tasking? 4 hours into the stream. 5, actually. Where's that high value loot spot of mine? I never said it was high value, I said it's easy loot. Let me show you just a second. Let me offload the things that I don't need. I don't need this. I can't, there's no room for the fucking MP5. MP5 goes here, this goes here. Someone's getting hit like a motherfucker out there. Alright, we're gonna go to the LZ over here. Check my mag. Let's top these off. Anything else I'm missing? Grenades. Let's get some grenades. I know this is allegedly a stealth run, but you know. Sometimes you just gotta throw a stealth grenade. Because you can't be spotted if everyone's dead. Who the fuck is shooting? Is it the NPCs? I guess so. I didn't check the other guy I killed just a second. Ah, 32 bucks, you know, little by little. I'm gonna save up enough money to finally get that weapons crate. Alright, let me show you where I cheese my loot. Yeah, $32 is almost 3 shots with an MCX, you are correct. Listen, I feel that like I would say I can relate to that in a very big way as a proud owner of an MCX. And when I bought it, it was like 70 or 80 cents per shot for basic bitch FMJ too. Like, it's gotten better. Soft tip will still run you like anything between $1 to a $1.50 per shot. Although fortunately you're not burning through it as much as FMJ. Alright, let's call in our bird. We're gonna call it to... I get constantly clipped around here, so I'm gonna call it to Hotel 2, yeah.
Exfil confirmed.
Hotel 3 is a mean fucking landing zone. I get constantly lit up. What's the price for 50 cal bullet? I think it's like $3 a shot. I would need to check. Once we're on the bird, I can go on Ammo Seeker on Gunbroker to see.
This is Raven arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
Let me actually check. I wonder if Palmetto State Armory sells any 50 cal. That would be cool. Palmetto State Armory. That's our bird. Be mindful not to get stepped on. Okay, let's see. I see projectiles. See reloading stock. Ammo. Rifle ammo. Well, what do you know? Palmetto State doesn't sell. Okay. Alright, let's see what ammo seek tells us. Okay, so the cheapest I see right now, and that's with new brass, is about $3.25 a shot. That's full metal jackets. $3.50. We can round that up to a $4. Watching a channel who regularly shoots things to see what's able to stop bullets. He mostly starts with 9mm, finishes with 50 cal. Always obliterates the target. Very few things can stand up to 50 cal. The only time I saw something not get absolutely murdered by a 50 BMG. Oh, what was it? That was probably that time Demo Ranch shot a tungsten cube with that thing. But yeah, no shit, tungsten. Someone's loitering around the Falong airbase. Falong, more like long schlong. Well, it did. It did stop mostly everything, so I guess that checks out. Alright, let's make our way to Westmore. Let's be mindful of road pirates. I think they've, I think Demo Ranch showed some kind of specialty body armor plate that also stopped a 50. I don't remember what it was now. But it was an impractically heavy and very thick plate. Generally, if you have someone shooting 50 cal at you, you've definitely made some major missteps in life. Not really a caliber that's commonly used for muggings. Second. Sorry, I wanted to take a crack at him just to be a dick. If any bullet is shot at you, you would have made a major misstep. You know, you never know. I've had a stray 5.56 zip past me, I'm okay. There's usually a patrol around here. Ah, damn, the PC is starting to chug a little bit. Yeah, that's probably one of the downsides of running a long-range build. Alright, we're gonna quickly check the equipment box because I think no one has been here long enough for it to respawn. You can get some nice stuff out of some of these. A lot of very nice helmets, a lot of large bags. And if anything, hell yeah, I think it's not picked yet. Fuck yes. Again with the AMP. Okay, I want none of these. Sell this. Oh. That's... Vendor, I really need an upgrade for my storage space. That's not gonna fit. I'm just not even gonna try. I'm gonna leave that to anyone who wants it. You would dive into Gray Zone, but it's way too warm at your place at the moment. How does that stop you from diving into Gray Zone? Alright. Energy, we need to eat something. I eat my chalky bars. I actually, we're gonna play a little bit more, but unless we suffer a raid, I'm gonna be signing off soon because I still want to get some exercise in today before it gets dork. What do I want to take with me? I probably don't want to take a whole MRE. Where's Labrat? I'll buy some pate off her. Okay, leave the money over here. We're clawing back some money, little by little. Take the pate with me. You know what, I've just eaten, we're not going far. We're gonna leave some of the grenades too, because we don't need those. Alright, so... Loot Goblin time. You're sweating while doing nothing. If you turn on the heater, that is the Gray Zone right now, you'd overheat. Just take some L-carnitine and thermoregulate better. Alright, we're gonna hop behind this little advertisement shield. We're gonna check that the road is clear. No randos, the third party. I guess we're gonna stand right here. I'm gonna take a quick look at the bridge. And that is my repeatable loot spot. The LAA checkpoint. All we need to do is pick those bobbleheads off in a way where we offer them minimal opportunities to shoot back. And so that they don't, you know, scurry off into the woods and make me look for them. But those are LAF forces, not LLA. I don't care. They're people with armor that sell, with armor and shotguns loaded with sabot slugs. That's all I care about. As far as I'm aware, they're interactive shooting dummy targets for me to shoot at. And give them a moment to properly activate. Give them a moment to rethink their lives? Yeah. Look for better employment prospects. Sometimes one of them wants to come down from the hill over there. And sometimes there's a dude walking around on this road who you may want to pick off just so that, you know, he doesn't interfere in whatever you're doing. We're not gonna rush into loot just yet. And take cover behind this little truck. Because sometimes you'll have the odd sneaky fucker. Like that guy over there. Or that guy over there. So it's very easy to run in and catch some strays with these guys. And because they are, for all intents and purposes, Midnight Sapphire guys. Oh, nice. That's not part of the normal drop, but I guess these bodies are here and you can check them too. But yeah, they're very trigger happy, and they don't go down easily because they have good level 3 armor on them. Keep the armor. I don't usually take the armor if I'm hard up on cash. Those soldiers, they should not go down that easy. Well, these went down fairly easy. I'm gonna leave that water here for now. So usually I try to get the guns out first as a priority, just because the guns sell for more. Can't fit any more guns. Take the magazine though. Very undignified position to be folded into, my guy. I'll quickly hit the ammo box because sometimes 308 armor piercing spawns here. Nope, just tracers. Alright. One of those had 3+ armor? Really? This guy? Nope, not this one. Did I miss? Oh, that is 3+ armor. Damn, okay, thank you for pointing that out. Well, we're gonna come back for the armor. The thing is, because the cop is so close, I can just clear out this bridge and run back and forth, you know, 2 or 3 times to get everything I need, to sell it off and get my chunk of change. And the bridge resets roughly every day. Like every in-game day. So yesterday, I think I hit the bridge like 5 or 6 separate times. The plate is only frontal, and you need an additional carry rig. Yeah, that I did. It's only a front plate? Damn, not worth it. So yeah, I'm only gonna take it if I can sell it. I'm very happy with my conventional, you know, US-style plate carrier. I don't feel like I need to mid-max. Let's put that here, tracer ammo, magazine, Abrat, sell this. Yeah, I definitely need to do some tasking. Just to clear up some inventory space by getting that bump in storage. Did I get everything? Yes, I did. Okay. Now, normally what I would do is try to move some stuff around. Try to create space. Item does not fit here? Are you sure about that? I need to sell some shit off. This is getting obnoxious. For one, I do not need so many PMags. Let me quickly sell those off. Like, I barely use the 30 rounders anymore, and they take a lot of room. Much better. Well, not much better, but somewhat better. Interesting that none of them had shotguns today. Usually they have shotguns with Sabo slugs. Should sell the repair kit. It's only good for repairs while on mission. But if you want to repair something, playing option is way more. Wait, what? Because that way more damage is repaired. I see. Do I not need the repair kit at all? Let me sell it. If I can leave it, I'm gonna sell it to Handshake. It looked valuable. I found it in a high-level loot spawn. I assumed it's good. I'm more than exposed to being wrong. Can we not, like, pack it in a little... God damn it. I think I don't need this. I'm gonna detach the... Damn, it's a nice gun, but I'm gonna probably detach the suppressor and sell the gun. Along with the stick mags, because I barely use it. The 1911 I think works better, and if anything I can rebuild it. Do not use them at all? Okay, if you say so. I shall trust. Let's move this here. Okay, now, to make more room for looting, we're going to leave our rifle, and we're going to go back and carry whatever else is left. But that was what, we sold 3 AKs and some loose ammo, so that was about $1,000 in just the guns. We're not going to count the ring because the ring is not a consistent spawn. We're going to pick up the rest of the guns, and if we have any room left, we're going to pick up the Panzer plate carriers, just because, you know, they're nice and expensive. That is a patrol, and I'm not equipped to deal with him. So I'm not gonna fuck with him. I'm gonna take this guy's gun and leave. Fuck it, I'll take his plate carrier too. Yeah, that's why I still insist on keeping a gun on me. Gonna take their helmets, I guess. Oh, this one also had an AK. Boop, 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 okay. No more room, no more room. AK-12s, 9 and 15s are about 1k sell value. AK-74M is less. Ah, see, I see all AKs the same, and that's trash. Which ones did I get? AK-74M, AKM. Yeah. I think they go for like $300 a pop. But yeah, it's a nice little pick-me-up. It's odd that none of them spawned with shotguns this time. Usually they do. So this is your most consistent renewable source of shotguns. They're not equally trash, some sell for more. That's true. So I'm just ignorant and hateful. Oh, this one had some money on him. Nice. I'll put that over here. Yeah, there's no room to be made. Vendors, bench. Yeah, 300 a pop. The artisan can keep all of this. Not artisan, handshake. 400 bucks here. Like, it's a lot of legwork, but it's also quite a nice chunk of change. Like, I think we made like 6 grand off of just hitting the bridge with very little exposure, next to no risk of getting shot. You know? Sounds like a good day to me. Alright. We have rain and we have bad visibility. Not a big fan of trying to do sniping in that kind of weather. Let me check the forecast. Well, the rain is gonna break up at 1500. So I want to do the quest over here. I forget what it's called, like Riverside View. And based on the guides I've seen, you could potentially eat a lot of shit for attempting that. So I'd be landing in Foxtrot, moving through the woods up to Argos. Fortunately, Argos is unlocked, so if I'm killed here, it's not a big issue. I can go and pick myself up. I was thinking of attempting to do like a quiet little stealthy run. That's gonna be a problem. Let me see if I have any tasks, actually. They'll be a little bit more productive. Guns and ammo. Oh, that's Hunter's Paradise. Hunter's Paradise is not exactly pleasant. Tiding of Magpies. That's a nighttime quest. It's a nighttime not because you have to do it at night, but because I don't want to do it during the day. Riverfront View is the one I want to do. If I go there, I can get Hotel 1 after. Do I want Hotel 1 after? Is Hotel 1 this? Is that the extract? Yes. Okay, but consider the following. If we're going to be... If we want to be lazy and not increase our exposure needlessly, can I not go to Golf 2? Go all the way around here. Open up the new hotel. You know, let's not be a bitch. Let's do some sniping. As the words were leaving my mouth, that takes a lot of time and it's very boring to look at. Let me just make sure I have the correct key holder with me. Alright, I'm gonna leave this key holder here. Oh, I forgot to sell this. More time to listen to my voice? I don't know what you're saying. I have no special attitude about that. I'm also going to be screaming bloody murder as I go through the dangerous route, so I guess there's also that. I think if I go through golf, there's just barely going to be anything to do, because I'm going to hit Nomad, right? It's almost midnight at your place. You're getting a bit tired. See, let's go for the short route, shorter route. Let's not chicken out. Let's go to Hotel 3. 4-hour pickup. And then we go to Foxtrot and we just, you know, try to do it stealth-like, okay? Let's see how strong my sniper game actually is. I'm not going to cut through that hut because usually there are NPCs there and I'm not equipped for CQB, nor do I want to do any. Just going to very carefully breach into the road here. And this is why you breach into the road very carefully. Some of these motherfuckers on patrol have surprisingly good aim and good equipment. I've been on the receiving end of a 545 lobotomy from a very odd angle last time I tried going through Hotel 3. He's running a Chinese AR. Serves you right, bitch. I wonder if the game has a script to very specifically sometimes spawn a guy out of thin air behind you just to fuck you over. I wouldn't put it past it. Because I kid you not, I was going down this road, I was wearing nods, and I got clipped from the rice paddy with one like I heard the guy rack his AK as if he had just materialized, crack me right in the head, and I was none the wiser. I had to respawn back at the cop and mow him down with an MP5. Oh, nice, a grenade. I think we're coming up on the LZ. That's a very unfortunate landing zone. Like, the enemy spawns are very, very dense here. Like, you could get very easily third-partied, especially from the checkpoint over there at the crossroads. It's right on the end of that bridge. Okay, I'm gonna call in a bird.
Raven dispatched, moving to Hotel 3. Raven here, I'm moving out. ETA, 1 minute.
Okay, we have a full minute to cause trouble, or rather stay out of it, preferably. Huh. Interesting. Wonder why it's registering me making noise when I'm not.
This is Raven arriving shortly near your position.
Mm-hmm.
ETA 30 seconds.
I'm just gonna chill out here. Bring the volume down slightly. The choppers are a little bit grating. Probably hit Sunset on stream sometime. It's a fun location to take, especially during night ops. And I do have the key to the weapons case, so I could potentially farm some MCXs and some black tip ammo. Alright. We'll go here. Bring the volume back up. Actually, I need to reload and restock my magazine here. Alright. And grenades, we got water. We don't have food. That's an oversight. Hopefully we'll be able to knock this mission out. Is there a cash register I can touch all over? Oh, never mind. There's our candy bar. See, now we have food. Seek and ye shall find. Anything inside? No cash register. Interesting. Ice cream machine, broken as always. Random civilian duffel bags. Alright, the instructional said to cross the bridge here. I'm going to crank my audio up. I do not plan to do a lot of fighting. This is awkward. But if I run out of ammo, I guess I can always run back to Argos. So we're gonna keep northeast. The ambience in this game is just fantastic. You hear a snake and you flinch? That's a good reaction to have. I got startled by the snakes a few times. I wonder if we can climb this to any success. Alright, seems to be pretty okay so far. Okay, we are in Midnight Sapphire. Take the nods off. I'm gonna be very careful. Because from what I'm told, these boys do not play. That looks like a perimeter wall. do not hear footsteps. I don't think there's a patrol underneath us. That's the golf course, right? And credit where credit is due. I may not play golf, but I recognize a good landscaping job when I see one. We're going to keep to the high ground. Mildly suspicious that I see no NPCs. You never know, they may add wildlife eventually. Invisible wall? A little dark, so we're gonna put nods on. Crouch down just to prevent myself from sliding off. I think I heard someone talk. Getting too tired going to bed? Thank you for hanging out, Mercy, and thank you for the sub. And for all the helpful advice. Now I know I need to double down on my Banshee leveling. Starting to slide. Apologies for the uneventful gameplay. Let me see if I can't... That's a whole ass light. I don't want the IR light. Oh, that's the... Okay, that's the IR light. Thank you. Yes, that's the IR. I dread to think what will happen once they add NPCs that have nods. That's gonna be the opposite of fun. Can't see the terrain very well. Well, so far, it's not that bad. The strat of mostly staying in the dense foliage seems to be working. Not sure I've seen a single living soul so far. Alright, this looks too steep to try to climb. Like, I'm definitely gonna hurt myself trying to get up here. Alright, we're gonna have to get off. Patrol? Let's make sure no one is aggroed by that. Alright, not from what I can tell. It is getting very dark. Alright, these are buildings. Buildings contain people, famously so. I would prefer to encounter none of them and just slip past. Just give them a wide berth through the hills there. Hopefully no one decides to spot me and we can go our merry ways. I'm not trespassing yet. Speed up a little bit. Take a quick drink. I assume these are the employee quarters, just based on the rundown and disheveled nature of them. Looks like a service area. Okay, how far out are we? We're close to the overpass where we're supposed to collect our mission. Alright, we can go deeper into the forest here, that's good. Or can we? Oh no, that's just a rock. Nope. Invisible wall be present. Yep. The invisible wall is definitely there. Alright, I need my nods to check my terrain. Looks a little sketch. Oh, I'm definitely butt sliding off of here. Watch me. Alright, never mind. I was a little bit overcautious. I have a distinct feeling like I'm not supposed to be here, and the game is about to punish me for that. Gonna aim at that tree and still get hurt? Sure. Kuramaru falls off a cliff, dies, gets shot. Yeah, in that order. I don't want to waste 2 fucking splints on this shit. Does this fix bones? Regenerates organs. Fuck, that's the wrong one. Well, I guess we're about to run out of splints. We may want to go to lower ground to manage that. Alright, let's see what we're working with. The fact that I can't see the terrain is also really not helping. I appreciate the realism of, you know, traversal through mixed terrain being a realistic hazard, but right now I don't like it. Okay, I see a structure. I see waterfall. Do not see hostiles yet. Oh yeah, this is a sheer fucking cliff. I would have died falling off of this. Ah, and that is a sniper. Let's not whiff that shot. There's my rangefinder. We're looking at him somewhere around here. Okay, so we're still under 100 meters. I would prefer to approach without giving him an angle on myself, so we're gonna wait for him to walk back. Oh. I probably should pull back a little bit. That was 3 whole shots. Yeah, that's probably a good situation where I needed some black tip 308. Again, the hill also is likely startled now. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit. I really like the sniping. The sniping is a very pleasant pastime. Not for them, but for me. I hit him in the plate. I may not have penetrated, especially not at that range. Ah, there you are. How are you alive? I could see that blood spatter on the wall behind you. Lord knows he's still trying. Okay, now he's dead. Okay, but I'm concerned about the guy I saw over there earlier because he definitely heard the shots ring. It's more likely than not that he is now on alert. And I do not like that I don't see him. I wonder if I can make this shot. That would be funny. On the pier over there. Oh, that's a full 300 meters. Okay. Got him. It's kind of unfair that I get him in the eye and he just gets a boo-boo, but sure. It's like, oh, my eye. Not, you know, a splatter of brain matter all over that deck. Not sure where his girlfriend went. Oh, there he is. I may have caused a little bit too much trouble for myself. I probably should not have been this silly. Oh well. Someone was shooting me from that garden over there. Stop that. His mother, will remonstrate him soon. I like his reality warping entity. Oh, just a second. I will. That's a very funny comment, I know, but I need to. Quickly deal with all of the people I'm trying to kill. Bullets become BBs in flight. His mother will remonstrate him soon about playing with guns. Okay, that's our last water, by the way. So we need to either pull out or finish up. Gets over 200. Where I put my zeroing at 300. Someone's shooting me from over here. See, if I were to play this game fair, I would have been dead by now. Just with the amount of heavily armed NPCs in the area. But because I am a cheap bastard... Where are the grid square measurements? What do you mean? Alright, back to the topic at hand. Ah, there you are. Good enough. I am definitely not dipping my toe into loot. Fuck that. Absolutely not worth the trouble. I'm gonna make sure that no one's gonna take any pot shots at me while I'm walking. These guys still seem pretty bothered about me. That sounded very close. I see. I don't think the grids in the map are accurately overlaid. The way you measure distance here, basically, is you put a waypoint on the map, and the map will... Well, yeah, I'd say the grid square seems to mostly pan out to 100 meters. But it basically means you can use the map as a rangefinder. I'll quickly snipe this asshole. Oh, I think he went down. Mm-hmm. I am concerned that there's someone in that riverside house. Because I'm pretty sure someone tried taking pot shots at me from there. Oh, okay. Crawl down a little bit. I'm almost tempted to try to loot it, but that's a fucking almost. It's about 250 meters across. Sounds about right, yeah. But again, no, I can just set a waypoint to where I'm aiming to, and it'll give me an exact distance. I don't really need to do grid math. There are tools that can handhold me through this. I wonder if I can get up here. I can't. I'd say I did a pretty good job thinning them out. Oh, never mind. That's just a lawn chair. I'm jumping at brightly covered furniture. Yeah, I got the sniper on the rocks over here. No way I would be pushing up without taking him down first. There he is. AK-74M. And some beans, too. I'm gonna take the beans with me. Take his fucking AK, too. See that shot? Absolutely magnificent. Brain destroyed. Okay, this is our target over here. All right. Folded like a cheap lawn chair. Let's give our arms a rest. Die, you son of a bitch. I guess that was a little bit. There's higher up ground over here, really? Okay. What are you firing? 22 LR? Sure feels like it. How are you doing, Melty Berry? Sure fucking impacts like a 22 LR. Those guys must have been shooting themselves with 9mm. This is supposed to be 62 grain 5.56 green tip. Yep, we're also at elevation. It's also getting dark, so I'm gonna have a very limited capacity of scoping out my way up there. Usually there's something over there too. Alright. Well, let's see. I was told there's an LZ over here. Let me quickly double check that. Maps.techno. Gray zone. Midnight Sapphire. Come on. Fast. Hotel 1. Okay. There's nothing up there. I mean, you know what they say, 5.56 kind of stops existing past 500 meters, so... Just gotta be careful on my way back. I startled myself by stepping on that wooden floor. Can I go through the woods? I would rather go through the woods than through a paved path, you know? Probably an invisible wall somewhere around here. Yep, there is. There's gonna be one. Oh, okay. That's nice and open. So I can just cut through this forest over here, I guess? Just go over that hill. And be none the wiser. Alright, let's test that. That looks like a very steep hill. I might not be able to climb. Yep. Not climbable. Now I need to get down without breaking both of my legs, because I have run out of splints. Check my ammo real quick. Okay, 32, we're full. I'm gonna cant my rifle just in case I need to do a... Oh, I heard someone. Oh, I heard someone. Oh, I 100%... Oh, 100% heard someone. We're going to pull back into the foliage. And I'm going to find him and shoot his dick off. There you are. Now let's go back on. I'm slightly hurt, but only slightly. Tourniquet. We're gonna pull back. We're gonna give myself a clear line of sight on that asshole. Please tell me I don't need a splint. Come on. TQ. Gotta... You got it, big man. You got it. Where's that piece of shit? The fuck is wrong with you? Alright, you're good. Fuck it, I'll throw a grenade. Got him. Hopefully in the dick. Look at you, big man with the fucking SVD. Clip you once in the nuts and you moan like a little bitch. Where'd he go down? Where's the fucking... Oh, I saw a flashlight. Fuck it, I'm not staying to find out. We go up into the hills. The hills are our safest bet to get out of here. Okay, that's the LZ. Hills are good natural cover. Hotel 1. Excellent. Okay, let's extract. I'm gonna say extract all the way back to home base. Yeah, we've been going for the better part of 6 hours, so we're gonna chill the fuck out. We're not gonna eat yet. That's gonna make us thirstier. We're on full mags. We got 2 AK-74s to sell off, so that's good. Let's not break our feet trying to get to the LZ, please and thank you. No, I still managed to do that, but we're on our way home, so that's not too big of an issue. Alright. That one's significantly better than I expected, because the guy who was making guides for it died, I think, like twice doing this mission. And I think it gives us a very good precedent for potentially trying to cheese Midnight Sapphire. Because we get a good line of sight on this entire thing. So, what I'm thinking is, we can clear everything out from over the ridge. We do not have a means of retaliation. Then we go down to the road, and we actually try to hit the villas. As opposed to trying to fight through the checkpoint, through the rice fields, all of that jazz. And I need to explore that that poppy field that we got a key for. Yeah, I feel like we've made some good progress. We managed to solo cap a major cop, do some solid CQB work. I'm pretty pleased. We got some money too. Alright, ETA 1 minute. We're gonna look for a raid target while we're airborne to save time, because I am a little tired and I have not eaten breakfast yet. Oh, Ricky. She's streaming Ghost of Tsushima, so we're going to return the favor and raid into her. Streamer manager. Freeze that out, start a raid. Riggysaurus, okay. I'm gonna start up the raid. We're gonna wait for the chopper to set us down. We have a good 30 seconds left. I know the raid's gonna expire before we fly in. Yeah, thank you all, thank you everybody so much for hanging out. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the fresh follows. Always appreciated. We're gonna probably sit down to make a new model in the conceivable future because we need to tactical it up a little bit, just, you know, to get that good, proper gray zone feel to it. And, yeah. Look forward to a couple of events we have coming up. It's going to be Fit VTuber Summer. It's an event that I'm going to be setting up together and executing that with Alp and Allbench once he is back from the Offkai orgy. And we are also likely going to designate July as a month to celebrate not my birthday, because it is not my birthday, but since I am not disclosing my birthday, we're going to celebrate it in July. Don't worry, it worked in my head. But this has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to train like you're hated. Bye-bye.